Keeps asking me to use that stream key. I have a feeling at some point I'm going to have to do some different kind of system. Keep asking me to do something different. Goodness gracious. Let's see if we're up. Let's see if we're up. Meeting is now streaming on Facebook. I am getting a message that I never used to get before. Interesting. Let's see if we're there. I don't see it. Oh, there we are. Share, copy link. Oh, goodness. I can't see if anyone's watching yet. Hear the fan. So relaxing. Where's the music? Okay. Got me wondering. I lost you again.
I'm still here.
No, cool.
You did not mute. No, sorry. I'm just muting.
Be gunshot on that now.
I'm just muting.
You don't need to mute. It's the fun pre-production part of the program. Come on. Nope. Come on. Come on. My goodness gracious. Nope. I'm in the wrong place. There we go. Yeah. Page. So group. There we go. Okay. One. Okay. All right, George. Here we go. We think. See if we can connect. 501. Perfect. Here we go. Let's get that.
Kennedy, 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 Kennedy.
Do you want a man for president who's seasoned through and through, but not so doggone seasoned that he won't try something new? A man who's old enough to know
And young enough to do.
well, it's up to you, it's up to you. It's strictly up to you.
But it's Kennedy, 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 for me. Kennedy, 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 Kennedy.
Do you want a man with spirit who is not afraid to fight?
A man whose record shows that he will fight for what is right.
A loyal man who brings a job a fresh new point of view? Well, it's up to you, it's up to you. It's strictly up to you.
Because it's Kennedy, 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 for me. Kennedy, 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 Kennedy.
And do you deny to any man the right he's guaranteed to be elected president, no matter what his creed?
It's promised in the Bill of Rights to which we must be true.
So it's up to you, it's up to you. It's strictly up to you.
And it's Kennedy, 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 for me. Kennedy, 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 Kennedy.
Do you
like a man who answers straight, a man who's always fair.
We'll measure him against the others, and when you compare, you cast your vote for Kennedy and the change that's overdue. So it's up to you, it's up to you, it's strictly up to you. Kennedy, 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 for me. Kennedy, 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 Kennedy,
Welcome back all. Wow, that's loud. Jeez, he's playing with his levels right while he's live on the air. Always a good thing to do. Welcome back, everyone. We have been off for a week. We hope you had a wonderful, peaceful, everything you can think of Easter. And boy, that's loud, isn't it? It's a little loud in the background. Oh, I see why. Oh, he's got to play with it. Sorry, kids. Doing a little technical stuff along the way. Isn't that always fun? So after a week, we hope you had a wonderful and peaceful, healthy, safe, all of the positive words I could possibly put upon you to for your Easter holiday weekend, your Passover, whatever holiday of faith that you may take part in, or none. If you just had the opportunity to enjoy the springtime, it was actually quite nice last week. But we are back live, so live from my humble second bedroom here in the Saucon Valley, part of the Lehigh Valley, in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, part of these United States, on planet Earth. I'm playing with my sound as I go. Isn't that lovely? On this planet Earth, the only one we have. Third rock from the sun in the Terran solar system, part of the Milky Way galaxy. This, returning to you live after a week off, is the Kennedy Effect for 11 April 2021. As we approach our year's anniversary on the air, and just shy of that in our really excellent and wonderful time with our family, friends and family at hot101.net. We were on the air just a bit before, shaking some of the bugs out before we entered the family of hot101.net. But the program itself is approaching its 1 year anniversary. And I have to say, given some of the technical issues that we have had along the way, including last night, George and I were up till 1 a.m. Eastern time, playing around with just crazy, not fun technical stuff that made neither one of us look too damn bright, to be honest. So shout out and thanks and praise and all things high and holy to whom I am now dubbing the associate technical producer of the program, and that's George's wife, Lynn, because after having many Zoom problems last night, and again, we probably worked on it from, probably 9 p.m. until at least 1 a.m. It finally took Lynn to come up with the solution that we should have all known all along, which was, have you tried rebooting the computer? We disconnected cable modems, we disconnected phone lines, we pulled power, we rebooted systems, we just did a lot, and nothing was working. And finally it was Lynn at about 12:30 who said, why don't you just reboot the computer that you run everything through? And lo and behold, it appears to have worked, and don't we feel silly that we didn't think of that straight out of the gate. But it was technical things are always fun. But that leads me to another piece of news. You don't want to be too horribly bored with all of our technical issues, but it does lead me to something that I want to mention. Because it's something that we've been talking about for quite a while. And, the goal of the program, I'm not so sure how much our associate technical producer is looking forward to this, but the goal of the program is that George will eventually be able to come back here. We're going to reconfigure this room, and he will be here with me live doing these programs. And in that, to get to that goal, I received my first COVID-19 vaccination shot yesterday, the first shot of 2 of the Moderna vaccine. I would show you my card, but I forgot it downstairs, and I don't think the cats are going to retrieve it for me. And I have to say, I feel fine. I don't even have the arm soreness as of yet. That could very well set in tomorrow. But yesterday, Saturday, the 10th of April, I received my very first vaccination, or the first shot of the 2-stage Moderna vaccination. And this was done at a drive-through location that was set up by government. I believe the Commonwealth did it. I don't know if Lehigh County had anything to do with it because the location was in Lehigh County, but it was administered by the Lehigh Valley Health Network. And Kristen and I went. We were there. I never left the vehicle, and there was no need to. I never left the vehicle. We were there for a whopping 30 minutes, in and out. It was flawless. And I have to say, to every volunteer that we saw, there was a large police presence to try to keep everything organized. And to every volunteer that we talked to, that we had anything to do with, and we came in contact with all, and I joked with a few of them yesterday about my hair turning white from the shot. But for anyone that we happened to come across yesterday, if any of you might by some stretch be listening that we didn't recognize each other by face, but yet you're listening, tell me, send me a message or something, because I have to say, it was just, it was wonderfully run, and it was organized. It was simple. These good people, and not just because they did, not just because they were doing, volunteering, and that's enough, by the way, but because, it's a long day. They're standing outside. It was raining and a bit cool and damp yesterday morning. And it was, those cars, they're not exactly buzzing about, but, jam a couple hundred cars into a place and somebody's, might get knocked or something like that. None of that happened. Everyone had a smile, well, they were masked up, but we know they're smiling. They were pleasant, happy. I think happy. I mean, it was a truly faith restoring bit of an event for me. And I believe Kristen felt the same way. And I know others that have been through it have felt the same way. I was excited to get, and am excited continuing to get this. I was excited to get the first shot. I'm excited to get the second shot. Kristen's been fully vaccinated. I'm going to go to George because I believe he got his as well. But the process itself was, if I'm remembering right, George is going to correct me, but I was very energized actually by the process and about how it ran, about how well it went. We've been told by the past regime, and to be fair, by the current administration, that we're at different times and from different contexts and for very, very, very different reasons, that, there's light at the end of the tunnel. We're that close. Everything's, the past regime was lying. This one seems to have the goods. But I don't think you can go through something like this and not think to yourself, we are getting there. We are getting there. And look, we'd all like everybody to be, we'd all like 100% of the population to be vaccinated yesterday. Simply logistically can't happen. because you're never going to get 330 million people to agree to do anything, because we can, and the anti-vaxxers are a whole different show and a whole different topic, but if we can get to, science tells us if we can get to 85-90% of the population, then they become irrelevant, medically, scientifically speaking, as far as a virus. So, you get close to that herd immunity, but I just don't think you could, I would find it very difficult to believe that you could not go through what I went through yesterday. And to say go through it makes it sound negative, and believe I have nothing negative to say about it. Nothing, not a single thing. I don't think you could experience that yesterday and not feel some just how you couldn't feel excitement, how you couldn't feel how you just couldn't feel great. I mean, I just don't. I don't know how you couldn't feel brilliant about it. Truly. I mean, it's a great thing. I don't know how you couldn't feel energetic, how you couldn't feel relieved, excited, and genuinely feel that there is actually light at the end of the tunnel. Now, a volunteer I had seen on news reports from Friday that a full 20% of the population has been vaccinated now. Now, there was a volunteer at the event, and when I say event, it makes it sound like it's a concert or something. It certainly was not. It was very serious, but the mood was not serious. The mood was not heavy and dour, and it was a kind of a festive, fun sort of attitude. But she had mentioned to us that it is 30% of the population. To be blunt, I don't know. Even if it's, if we split the difference and it's 25, it's, we're on our way. The United States has secured more vaccinations than it needs. It's a logistical thing now to get them out, and I have every faith that we will. And I'm just saying, I think it was a really, really, it was a tremendous experience. I am kind of droning on about it a bit, but folks, if you are not sure, if you have any reservations, and I know that there are a lot of folks with serious reservations about getting this vaccine, I beg you, get it. I have not grown a horn out of my head. I have not added extra fingers. My skin did not turn colors. I am not being tracked by the government. I did not get sick. My upper arm is just now getting to feel a tiny bit sore, and the injection site is sore to the touch. That's it. I slept great last night. I've been eating probably too much all day, especially if this camera was lower and you could see my pregnant belly. You would know I probably ate too much all day. I feel fine. Generally speaking, I'm quite an unhealthy human being. I have asthma, I have kidney issues, I have migraines, I have spinal and neck issues. I'm not a healthy guy, but I tell you, for as good as I can possibly feel, I feel fine. I beg you, if you have the opportunity to get vaccinated, to schedule a vaccination, any of the brands, whether it's the single shot Johnson & Johnson, the 2-shot Moderna, the 2-shot Pfizer, by God, go do it. If you are that exercised, especially to my friends on the right, if you are that exercised about getting back to normal, then get the damn shot. We don't get back to a normal, quote unquote, normal life, going to restaurants, going to concerts, 80,000 people at an NFL match, NFL game. Matches are for real football. I'll get to these guys in a minute. But Yankee Stadium, Citi Field, Citizens Bank Ballpark in Philadelphia, or the stadium close to you. For me, Red Bull Arena, to see the Red Bulls play football. We get large indoor crowds at crowded restaurants, sitting at a bar for multiple hours, having a meal and a pint with your friend. We get back to none of that if you do not get vaccinated. We need you as a society. And I'm asking you as a friend, as your humble presenter and host, get vaccinated if you can. Yes, there are some folks who have had some bad reactions. They've gotten ill. They've felt, little flu-like symptoms for maybe 12 hours. I've heard stories of a dead arm where it's just pain. You just literally can't do anything with your arm. These are small prices to pay if you really look back and think about what this nation has suffered over the last, 13 months now. It's a small price to pay. And let me say this in fairness. I don't hide my opinions, obviously, on this program. It's the whole basis of the program. The Trump regime may have had zero plan to roll this vaccine out. And it appears, the more we're learning, that they quite literally had no plan. None. They were simply going to dump huge amounts of doses on the states and tell them, you figure it out. But Operation Warp Speed, like it or lump it, did help produce vaccines. Not the Pfizer, but it did help J&J, it helped Moderna, and it helped AstraZeneca. Ironic that a regime, the Trump regime, who was hell-bent, whose number one mission was to literally deconstruct government and make it not function, and they did a very good job of it, it took their government to aid these companies in getting a vaccine out so quickly. World record, historical record times, lengths of time. So to be fair, they do deserve that bit of credit. Now, again, they absolutely zero plan about how to distribute it. And I think Warp Speed has put billions of dollars in profit into the pockets of companies that did not need it or deserve it. If we were really on a warlike footing, FDR told us that companies would not profit from wartime efforts. Their costs would be covered, their people would be paid, but they would not profit. He hated war profiteering and fought against it. I believe there's been massive profiteering during this pandemic. But you have to say that Operation Warp Speed helped develop these vaccines, and we just have to be fair about it. That's all I'm trying to do. Certainly not going to heap any more praise on it than is deserved, but it's the truth of the matter. But it is the Biden administration that has rolled it out. It's the Biden administration that said they wanted, was it 100? No, how many millions did they want vaccinated in the first days? But they exceeded in the first 100 days. They made that goal by 60 days. I think was it 100 million people? It might have been 100 million in 100 days. They exceeded that, and they hit that goal on the 50 or 60 day mark, and they're now shooting for 200 million by the first 100 days. So we have to be fair about that too. But I guess my greater point is, folks, if you have any reservations whatsoever, I beg you to set them aside and do what is good for society. We are a community. We are. We may not think of ourselves as a national community, but we are. We are. We tend to think of communities as the couple of blocks around our homes or our town or municipality, but we are a global community. We are a national community, and the national community needs you to get vaccinated. So if you have questions about the vaccination, from just my own personal standpoint, we will have the phone line open later in the program. We can talk vaccinations, he tried to say, if you want. A couple of comments in the chat already, which is awesome, from our first lone premier gold standard, platinum standard, you name it, Patreon subscriber from Laura. Laura tells us, let me read through the comments here. Sorry, here. Her family, immediate family, received their first shot a few weeks ago. It was Moderna. The second shot due in about 2 more. And they feel fantastic. No bad side effects. A little sore elbow and upper arm, little itchiness, which is an odd one. I hadn't heard of itchy before, but okay, no worries. And I don't even mind. That's interesting, Laura. That's a really interesting comment. I don't even mind that the vaccine creators and manufacturers are going to profit. They're saving lives. You are 100% correct. They are. You are correct. You are absolutely correct. But it's a little of a, I would rather, believe me, I would much, much, much rather, let me be as perfectly blunt and clear and crystal clear. I would much rather have the vaccines. Let's just be blunt. Absolutely. 100%. Laura, you're spot on. But I also am glad that we won World War II and there wasn't massive profiteering on it and people who tried were prosecuted. I think we're pretty damn smart and we can do both. So I do agree with you, and I'm certainly not trying to take a shot at your point. I agree with you. I think we're pretty damn smart. I think we can do both. As we approach the bottom of the hour, we do have guests this program. They should be joining us around 6 p.m. If you read the show announcement, if you read the header on the top of this post, you will know that we'll be talking about all things labor. We're going to have 5 different folks joining us from SEIU. They are labor organizers as well, talking about the state of unions and organized labor, private sector and public sector in this nation. I was sadly, because I should not have been, but I was sadly shocked that the Bessemer, Alabama Amazon plant workers voted against a union. But I would tell you to keep an eye on this story. The organizers of the Warehouse Workers Union, and I don't have that title right, but I think they're essentially the Warehouse Workers Union. I think I might have that name wrong. They plan to go to court. The voting results in no way, shape, or form match the cards that were signed to organize the vote and authorize a vote in the first place. So those 2 sets of stats are way out of whack. Although, to be fair, I do not have those stats, and I have not seen them reported, which is interesting. I have seen different media outlets report that these 2 sets of numbers, do not fall in line, but I have not seen the actual numbers. I saw the vote total. It wasn't even close. It was a 70-30, I think, vote, 70%, 30% against. But the number of people who voted for the union did not even equal the number of people who signed the card check to authorize the vote in the first place. So watch this space. I'm not sure that this story is done yet. Please keep this in mind. And not happy enough to take their win, go back to their corner of the boxing ring and just shut up, Amazon intends to go to court to challenge 500 of the ballots. Because a win isn't good enough, they need to break the legs of the people that tried to organize this. Sometimes you just take what you get and you go the hell away and stay quiet. Apparently Amazon's not going to do this. They're not happy just to defeat this vote. They want to crush anyone that's even thinking about unionization. They want to set an example for all of the rest of their buildings in case any of the folks working in those buildings get uppity and try to organize a union there. That is what I believe this is about. Make no mistake. So let me also remind you of this as we approach the bottom of the hour, because I didn't really actually start the program the way I normally do. Wherever you may be watching us on Facebook, we shared show announcements and shared the program to, I believe, 90 different places today. Not sure. I would tell you if I could find it, but of course it's not here. I can't see it. I would tell you if I knew. That said, we shared the program to about 90, I believe, different places, but wherever that you might be watching on Facebook, we thank you very, very much. Every single one of you. And I mean that. Where did I share? It's going to tell me right now. 83 different places. I thought it was closer to 90. No, it appears to be 83. Okay. But then some of the folks that have seen it in those different groups and so on, they shared it on, hey, we're a community here and I love it. That said, wherever you're watching across the Facebook universe, to the 80 to 90 places where the program is being shared, you can stay right there. Enjoy. Sit back, listen, watch, listen in the background while you're having dinner, doing homework with the kids, cuddling with the cats and dogs, whatever it might be. Maybe you're out for a run or a jog or a bike ride across this great country and around this great globe. Stay right where you are. You can watch and enjoy in peace. However, if you guys remember back to the young man that called a few weeks ago, the Republican who called a few weeks ago, crying about, I shouldn't say it that way, that's rude, who wanted to raise the issue of possible voter fraud in the Commonwealth of PA. We had a great conversation. Actually, sad he has not called us back. I was hoping he would continue to do so, and he is welcome to do so, as you all are. You can watch like he was on a different group, but it is only, but he was commenting in that group. I don't see that. And I think he initially took that as the fact that I was ignoring him. No. I monitor the program through our home group page, that other side of information. And if you decide to watch us, come over to that group. If you're watching live, you come to our home group page, that other side of information. That's where I'm watching the program actually right now, making sure the video feed is good, making sure everything looks good. That's where I see your comments and questions in the comments section of the post. If you're watching on the PA Voter Information Network, the Lehigh Valley Young Democrats, Our Revolution Signal Boost, Our Revolution Pennsylvania, even the Our Revolution National page, on Grit Group, which has always been great from day one about sharing this program. Pennsylvania, I have to see who else was commented on it. Let me see. Even the Folding Chair Democrats saw it. Election Integrity. We got, who else do we see? Eastern Area, the Democratic Committee. We thank you for that. There's just so many different groups. I can't name them all. But if you want to stay there and watch, please feel free to do so. It's great. We're happy that you do so. And if you can't watch us live, you can watch the recorded program in all the groups that share it. But if you want to take part in the chat, in the interactive comments, please come to the home group page, that other side of information, and you can chat with George, myself, and our guests later in the program. To our sisters and brothers and friends and family at hot101.net, thank you, as always, for allowing us back into your homes, your cars, your laptops, your tablets, your phones, your smart speakers, however it is that you consume hot101.net, you should be. I've actually started this text thread with all of the folks at hot101.net. It is a very active text thread. They do a great job. We really have this. It's funny how this very simple little text thread is. Oh, yes, Kathleen, this is where the chat is. You made it. Great to see you, Kathleen. It's amazing how this simple little text thread with all of the DJs and the folks that run hot101.net has seemed to bring us all together. We get to talk to each other about our shows, technical problems. The DJs all let us know when they're on. The time schedule gets itself worked out a little bit, and it's been nice. It's been a nice thing, and it's nice to be a part of this Hot101.net family, a growing family. By the way, we do literally have listeners around the globe via Hot101.net. Australia, New Zealand, Central South America, dotted a bit throughout Europe and Canada, and of course, the United States. So we're happy for that. You should always listen to Hot101.net, even, if you find yourself here for the political talk, you don't know about the music on Hot101.net, check it out all week long. It's great. It's energizing stuff. You'll enjoy it. The DJs on it are exceptionally talented, and they deserve, a listen from you. That said, if you do not know how to listen to Hot101.net, it's really quite simple. You can go to the main website page. The web address is in the name. It's Hot101.net. If you have an Apple device, you can go to the Apple App Store and download the app for Hot101.net. If you have an Android device, you can go to the Google Play Store and download the app for Hot101.net. If you happen to already have the TuneIn radio app, which will give you, I don't know why I just sort of cracked my voice there a little bit, doing a little yodeling here for you on a Sunday. If you have the TuneIn radio app, you can open that up, go to the search bar, search for Hot101.net, and you will find us there. Did you not catch all of the live program? What is wrong with you? You know when we're here. You see the show announcements. Show announcements went out this morning. Somebody was a little lazy this weekend, a little busy. Start a new job, got our shot, all sorts of stuff. So tried to have a nice day, out relaxing yesterday. Didn't want to send my show announcements till I was sure about the guests. So show announcements just went out this morning, and yet there's a good number of you here, and I'm blessed. I'm very, very grateful for all of you. But if you missed any of the live program, you can always watch the full program in a recorded form on our YouTube channel, which is named That Other Side of Information, just like the home group page. You see the whole show there. And it has become our main repository, our main library for all of our programs. You can even go back, I think, to day one and see when this humble experiment started. Where am I? Twitter. You can tweet me right now. If you wish to speak to me, send me a comment, question, yell, complain, show suggestions, guest suggestions. Feel free. Tweet us at That Kennedy Talk, at That Kennedy Talk, twitter.com, That Other Side of Information, but the Twitter handle is at That Kennedy Talk. We are on Instagram at That Other Side of Information. I am on TikTok at That Other Side of Information. Guess how many show announcements and show promos I've did in the last 2 weeks? About that many. And believe me, I'm getting a lot of grief from George and April that I need to get the heck on TikTok and build a bit of a following. And I have to say, I have not done it. So my homework, not done. I need to do my homework. But we are on TikTok, That Other Side of Information. And listen, across all of these platforms, give us a follow, give us a like, give us something, and then you'll always know what's happening with the program. And we will open up the phone line later in the program. Right now, I will give you the phone line. You can call me before our guests come in. It is 267-227-9189, 267-227-9189, 267-227-9189. The phone line itself is open. George and I will take you to the top of the hour when we expect our guests to arrive. George, I wanted to ask you, because I have forgotten, in the midst of all the mush that is my gray matter, did you get your first vaccination? You did, yes?
Yes, I did.
You're alive. You didn't grow a horn out of your head. You didn't mutate. You're not.
I was hoping to grow the third arm so I could
Awesome.
do my other YouTube videos, but no.
True. True.
I did get the Moderna vaccine. We went to Blakesley. We went to Pocono Speedway. And
Oh, right. So you did a drive-through as well.
yeah, did drive through as well. Very
Awesome.
good, very professional.
Now,
Restored.
who did that? Who did that one? Was that Lehigh Valley Health Network or was that St. Luke's? Who did that one?
That was
Okay.
Lehigh Valley Health Network.
Okay, so we did the same. Okay.
Yeah. Didn't I actually iced my arm before I went. So as I was in line to get it, like in the car, I put I put an ice pack on my arm. I didn't feel it at all. I felt it the next day, a little bit of soreness, and then it basically, the soreness was for about a day and
Right.
a night.
Yeah, my soreness,
like 24 hours.
yeah, it's just kind of starting to set in.
Yeah.
Reminds me a little bit of the old days when I used to go to the gym way back in the old days when we all had those handlebar mustaches and we lift those big square weights and rode those bit bikes with a big tire in the front. I'm just starting to get a little sore, like properly sore, like I can really feel it. And it's starting to creep up into my shoulder. But then again, both my arms are damaged anyway. And I have, joint issues all over my body. It could be just that too. It could be just the way I'm sitting and trying to deal with my arm. But I think the point though is you didn't get sick. I didn't get sick. Superpowers would have been awesome. For you and I to be the first two X-Men would have been brilliant. But it didn't happen. It's not going to happen to you. And again, we don't get back to normal until everyone gets this vaccination, or at a minimum, 85% of us get it. We have to get this or it doesn't work. So folks, please, I beg you to do that. Let me check the comments one more time because I saw some other comments. Kathleen, who finally found the homepage. Kathleen, no, we're not beating up on you too much, just a little bit. I got the Moderna vaccine on Thursday. It wiped me out for a day or so, but still, I cannot wait to get the second dose. Well, God bless you. That's it. She also adds, reminds me of a tetanus shot vaccine with a knot in the arm. Yeah, you know what? That's a really good analogy because the area where I got the shot is a tiny bit solid. And I'm certainly not the most muscular guy in the world. I have some left over from when I used to work out. But it is a bit solid now that I think about it. But look, again, I think Laura hit it. There might be profits involved, and there's too many. And there might be, and we have to give credit to Warp Speed for helping this along. But I'll take this vaccination every time they can get it. I actually kidded with some of the workers. I guess you'd say workers, because I assumed that they all worked for Lehigh Valley Health. That they weren't all just volunteers, but that they were actually Lehigh Valley Health workers. But I kidded with some of them that, that my skin was turning purple polka dots, and, that my hair was falling out and all that fun stuff. But like the truth of the matter is that we all need to take this, and it's safe. It's effective. In fact, the effectiveness rates, the efficacy rates, if you've heard that term used, actually appear to be higher than was originally thought of in the studies. The efficacy rate of the Pfizer Modernas is approaching 100%. It is 95+%. I believe the trials, they were in the high 80s, but it appears that the efficacy rate is even higher. The efficacy rate for the J&J, George, if I remember, I think is in the 70. I think the studies said it was in like the 72% range. 67 is sticking in my brain for some reason. But studies for folks who have taken it appear that the efficacy rate for that is even higher as well. Okay, yes. Love getting text right in the middle. Okay. That said, so yeah, the guest just texted that they'll be in shortly. That's cool. Made quite a ding in my ear. I don't know if you guys all heard that at home, but yeah, the efficacy rate I think is in the actual efficacy rate. I think George on J&J is 72. I think it's turned out to be, or higher.
I thought it was 80.
Is it 80? Has it gotten into the 80s? Yeah, but the trial testing I think was only like 67 or so. So these vaccines are showing that they're working even better than the original than all of the testing. So just by God, do it. Get it,
But
get it, get it, get it.
the thing is that because of the variants, they need to speed this up.
Correct.
That's what they're trying to do. And they're trying to get everybody to get it before the variants mutate the virus and change it, you know? And
Well, it would appear too that the Pfizer and Moderna have a very high efficacy rate against the variants as well.
yes,
Which is, you know, these vaccinations, these vaccines were made. I'm getting my terminology a little goofy. Were created, developed. Really getting my wording wrong here today. You know, before these variants before we even knew about them.
right.
And yet still, it seems to be working. As I understand it, a vaccinated person can still possibly be a carrier. Vaccinated people can still get sick, but what happens to you then, even if you get it, is that the symptoms are extremely mild. Nothing like what it would be if you were unprotected. Hospitalization, pneumonia, ventilators, the whole, or worse, obviously, approaching 600,000. So yeah, but it just, for goodness sake, get it. I mean, there's just no other wording for it. Get it, get it, get it, get it, get it. You will not. And by the way, if you do get it and you get superpowers, I'm going to be very jealous because I wanted superpowers. The one superpower I'd like to get is the ability to predict all of the lottery numbers. That would have been brilliant. Yeah, flight, Spider-Man powers, X-Men powers would have been kind of cool too. But if I could just get the lottery numbers, that would be pretty fun. Let me also say, let me say this. I just lost my train of thought. Oh, I'm wearing my Man United jersey. Why? Great week for the lads. Won their away first match at Granada in the quarterfinals of the UEFA Europa League. 2-0, 2 away goals. Looks like United should go through unless they absolutely spit the bit at home this week. And I wouldn't expect them to totally spit the bit. But this club never knows. You never quite know what's going to happen with them. They are 26 unbeaten on the road and came back from another deficit again today. They went down 1-0 to Tottenham, and that's how you say it, kids, Tottenham. They went down 1-0 to Tottenham and then scored 3 unanswered in the second half to take the lead. They are a solid second place in the Barclays Premier League. It would be a miracle for them to catch Manchester City for the title. I don't think that's going to happen, but it solidifies their spot in the top 4. They should qualify rather easily. I believe there's 7 matches left, rather easily for the Champions League next year. Great week by the lads. Good to see. If you know someone in your family that is an absolute nut sports fan for any one particular sporting team, Phillies, Flyers, Eagles, Giants, Yankees, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Not the way I am for United. Just let me tell you that. And if you don't know anything about football, because it is football, you play it with your feet. It's real football. The NFL is a whole different animal. Football. Ask me about United. I'll give you a team to root for, and it's Manchester United, the biggest club and most supported club on the planet. All things great and good through Manchester United. So we're jerseying up today. The lads had a good week. What did I forget else? Oh, we've upgraded the internet. And you might think to yourself, well, that doesn't sound terribly exciting, but we've upgraded the internet. So we've had some internet issues the past month or so. Hopefully those have been taken care of. Got higher internet speed, up, down, upload speed, download speed. Certainly not by, certainly not for free. We don't do anything in this country for free, do we? But we did it. And so we're hoping to avoid the internet problems that you have seen for the past, I want to say month or so, especially our dear friends and family at hot101.net. We have been having problems with our software and connection, keeping our connection stable with you via all this fancy computing technology. But now we hope that we will have that taken care of. The phone line is open, 267-227-9189, 267-227-9189. We are expecting our guests from the SEIU Labor Union to discuss labor organizing and the state of American labor in this country. We're expecting them to start rolling in around 6 p.m. or a little bit after. Actually, 5 whole guests coming in. So the Zoom is going to be a little crowded. Lots of boxes on your screen to pay attention to. They will be coming in right around 6. Something else that we should mention. You will notice it's been a very good week for environmental and science articles on our Facebook page this week. Rather than stealing the thunder, I think, I don't know, George, did you put up, did you sort out some articles that you wanted to highlight? I think we had talked about it, but
I had put up about
well, I know you posted
the Perseverance, the Perseverance rover and the payload, the drone.
Right. Okay, I did as well from the Guardian.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Folks, this is exciting. I think you should, we're going to talk a lot of politics in the back end of the program. So let's do a couple science articles that you may have missed during the week. It's exciting stuff. And again, we are supposed to be the country of can, not the country of cannot. We're supposed to be doing great things. Remember, one of, if not the favorite quote of mine from President Kennedy is that we choose to go to the moon and do the other things, not because they are easy, but because they are hard. People from the inception of the space program and NASA have always complained, why are we spending money on this when we have people who are starving, people who are sick, can't afford health care? You know what? I agree with you. But that doesn't mean that we shut down NASA. It means that we fix the other things, especially when we know how to do it and we have done these things in the past. The answers to our future are in our own past. We've been here before. The Gilded Age in the 20s, the New Deal solved it. We are in another Gilded Age. Another New Deal will solve it. That said, we can do NASA. We can fund NASA. We can do these extraordinary scientific and technical breakthroughs and studies and still feed ourselves, because if we choose to do it, if we have the political will to do so. So the Perseverance rover is now the 4th rover that NASA has placed on Mars. It took with it a helicopter drone called, why am I forgetting the name of the helicopter drone, George? Oh, goodness. The name of the helicopter drone. Ingenuity.
Yeah, sorry.
Thank you. Ingenuity. And that drone is scheduled to take its first proper flight this Wednesday. NASA has a cable channel. You may or may not have it. If you do, that might be a really fun thing to watch. And if the kids are still home from school, if they are not in person learning quite yet, in fact, I hope if they are in person learning, I hope schools will tune in and show this. But if the kids are still home from school and learning from home, or hybrid situation or something like that, where they go in some days and they're home other days, take a couple of minutes and watch the NASA channel on Wednesday. I can't imagine they would not be covering this live. And it will probably be on the internet in several different places too. You might get a place like the Science Channel or at least online, that will, several different places online, I'm sure, will if they broadcast it, if NASA broadcasts the video live, because I do believe the drone has a camera on it, just watch. I think it'll be really exciting. And look, all the science so far points to a fact that what happened on Venus used to be a green, lush, livable place, just like the Earth. It appears by all indications Mars was as well. When we study these planets, we learn about what might just be the fate of our planet if we're not careful about it. So let's just put that out there. In other science news, you have a group of activists in Canada who are fighting to save one of the last what is called old growth forests in the Vancouver area. Now, there's only roughly 3% of this forest remaining. Private, profiteering, profit-driven logging companies want to wipe that out. And so a group of activists up there have formed blockades, human shields, the whole nine of it, the full Monty, to prevent that from happening. This is an environmental story that might be saying to yourself, well, it's in Canada, why do I care? Same forests that are on Canadian territory extend into the northwest of the United States. If in a much more socially democratic country than ours, if Canada allows these private logging firms to go in and destroy these tens of thousands-year-old forests, you can be sure in a much more oligarchic, libertarian nation like the United States, our trees are right behind them. And no trees, no oxygen. It's that simple. I remember a study from a very long time ago. I have asthma. I have trouble breathing on a regular basis. If I go up the steps too quick, I'm extremely out of breath. It takes me a long time to catch my breath. I used to have to hit an inhaler before I would go to the gym. I use the inhaler before I ride my bike to try to open my lungs up and take in enough oxygen. There's a study. It was done a long time ago. And when I mean like a long time, I mean probably over a decade. And I wish I could remember who did it. But by studying ancient plant fossils and soil samples and et cetera, we can tell what the oxygen content of the planet was into the past. And at its height, and I wish I knew how many thousands of years ago this was now, because now I can't seem to remember, but it's much closer to modern times than you might think. The oxygen content of the planet was at one time as high as 25%, 24 point something. But nearly a quarter of all of the gases, clear gases that make up our atmosphere, almost a quarter of that was oxygen. Especially since the onset of the Industrial Revolution, since the massive, massive, massive growth of human population on this planet, the oxygen content of the atmosphere at this point, I believe, is in the 17% range. Now, that's a big drop. For someone like me, and believe me, my asthma is rather mild compared to others and those with COPD. But I still need an inhaler a decent amount of the time just to reset everything when I feel like I can't get any air. And, that oxygen, it means, it keeps us alive, kids. I mean, and we know the cycle of life. We know that plants absorb CO2, they expel oxygen, they breathe in exactly the opposite direction from what we do. We take in the oxygen, we expel the carbon monoxide. Plants take in the carbon monoxide, they expel the oxygen. It's a symbiotic relationship. It's one planet. Simply because we are not plants does not mean that we cannot and should not be sharing this planet with those plants. No plants, no oxygen. The runaway global heating crisis, global climate crisis that we see will only speed up, will only get worse. The weather will only get more dramatic. The people who have problems breathing will only have more problems breathing if we don't protect areas like this on Vancouver Island and Canada. Laura mentions in the chat that the Amazon rainforest is being chopped down. Yes, by the way, at an accelerated rate. The oligarchical fascist government that is in place in Brazil right now under Jair Bolsonaro has decided the Amazon is not important. It's too profitable to worry about. Chop it all down. Mine for copper, lithium, gold, oil. And then after we chop it all down, we can raise cattle on it. Or plant and grow massive palm plantations to feed what is becoming a growing human addiction and corporate addiction to palm oil. The Amazon is still the lungs of the planet. It provides an inordinate percentage of the planet's oxygen. If we cut it down, we won't be here any longer. It's a symbiotic relationship. We must protect these places. You'll notice on the screen soon our guests are starting to come in. We'll reset the program for you at the top of the hour, and that's when we'll introduce everybody and get ourselves moving. So when these stories that we talk to you about, our Facebook page exists and continues to exist. It's busy. There's new articles every single day. That other side of information, the home group page of the program. Simply when we are not with you live does not mean that we go away. We are with you all the time. That other side of information on Facebook is the home group page for the program. Wherever you might be watching across the Facebook universe right now, program has been shared over 90 different places and times, and different folks have been kind enough to continue to do so. Stay where you are, enjoy, listen in the background, watch while you're having dinner, watch while you might be doing homework with the kids, cooking, relaxing, cuddling with the cats and dogs, whatever, taking a run, taking a walk, enjoying the day, enjoying your Sunday evenings, whatever you might be doing. If you're watching on any of the 90 different other places that this program has been shared, stay there and enjoy. If you want to take part in the comment section of the chat, which I just turned off because I'm a goof for some reason, if you want to join us and interact with us, please go to this home group Facebook page. George has the icon on the screen. That other side of information, we will see you there. We can see your comments. We will read them. We will ask the questions of our guests. Friends, family, sisters, brothers at hot101.net, thank you again for being with us on this 11th of April, 2021, 6 p.m. Eastern Time. You can listen to hot101.net very, very, very simply. The web address is right in the name. It's hot101.net. You can get the apps for hot101.net by going to the Apple App Store or the Google Play Store for whichever device you may have. Or if you have the TuneIn radio app, just go to TuneIn, go to the search bar, and type in hot101.net. If you've missed any of the program, what on earth is wrong with you? Where have you been? We've been here for a whole hour and a half now. It is shameful of you. I chastise you all if you've missed any of the part of the program, but no worries. Go to the YouTube channel, that other side of information, where you can see all of our programs in their entirety. It is our repository, our library for all things the Kennedy Effect. Our guests are in the room. It is about time that I get to them. They have been waiting patiently and listening to me rant and I'm grabbing the mouse for a computer that the mouse doesn't work with this computer. So why am I doing that? Let me bring this up so I can see it even better. Our guests are all in the room. I was nice enough that gentleman on the bottom of your screen, Ben, was nice enough to send me this wonderful email explaining who everyone is and why they are here. He did all this work. I am not going to waste it because guess what? I didn't have to do it. So that's cool. We love that. Ben was kind enough to do that for us. So let me read to you who is in the room. Let me make sure. Yeah, everybody's here. Let me make sure. I will read this to you the way it was presented to me. So I will just do it that way. David Lee is here. David works at a Marshall's distribution center in the great city of Philadelphia. He is an officer in the PA Joint Board of Workers United and has been a member of the union for 7 years. And David is also a resident of Philadelphia. Kelli Trent is here. Kelli works at Delta Dental Insurance. Watch me put on my glasses very awkwardly because now I can actually see what I'm reading. This is pretty awesome. Delta Dental Insurance Call Center in Mechanicsburg, Pennsylvania. She serves on the PA Joint Board of Workers United Executive Board and has been a member of the union for 17 years. Kelli lives in, is it Louisville? I hope I said that correct. She's going to correct me and chastise me if I said it wrong. Alejandro Matos is here. He works at the Marshall's Distribution Center in Philadelphia as well, serves on the executive board, and has been a member of the union for 6 years. He is also a resident of Philadelphia. Jocelyn, I don't want to say, I'm going to say Lunney. If it's Looney, I'll make fun of you later. I said Lunney and I got it right. I'm getting a thumbs up. Hey, the radio guy knows what he's doing. Not so bad. The associate manager of the PA Joint Board of Workers United. She has served in that capacity since 2013 and has worked for the union for more than 22 years. Only, nearly half of the time, I'd like to say nearly half the time I've been alive, but then again, I feel like I'm 122. So Jocelyn oversees much of the union's representational, organizational, and bargaining work. She is a licensed social worker. And the gentleman who put this all together, my new friend, who we were supposed to go get coffee today. Yesterday, he got a better offer, and he was right to take it. Ben Bennett is the organizing director at the PA Joint Board, and that is the PA Joint Board of Workers United. He has, and I like Workers United, sounds like Manchester United. We love it. He has worked for the union since August of 2019. He's the new one in this group and has been working in organizing and strategic campaigns in the labor movement for nearly a decade. Let me read to you folks also what the board is about. It's I will skim a bit through the paragraphs so I don't put you all to sleep with my dulcet voice. The Pennsylvania Joint Board of Workers United, SEIU, represents approximately 5,000 workers employed by over 40 employers spanning from Philadelphia to Pittsburgh here in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. For our listeners around the world, I hail from Pennsylvania. We do tend to focus on Pennsylvania because I live here, but what we're going to be talking about in this next half hour to hour affects all of you wherever you might be on the planet. Don't think just because you're not in PA, this doesn't affect you. Our membership is diverse and includes garment workers, food service workers, distribution center workers, and industrial laundry workers. The PA Joint Board is one of 13 joint board that make up the Workers United, a labor union that is 80,000 members strong across the United States and Canada. Workers United members work in private government agencies in hospitality, food service, laundry, manufacturing, distribution, apparel, and textile industries, as well as in nonprofit organizations. Workers United has a deeply rooted history in representing garment workers. We are the former International Ladies Garment Workers Union. That is a title that I am familiar with and that you may have heard of in the past, which was created in 1900 to fight sweatshops and bring a decent working conditions. This is one of the first unions to have a primarily female membership. We also trace our roots back to the Amalgamated Clothing and Textile Workers Union and its predecessor unions in the garment industry. And since 2009, Workers United has been an affiliate of the Service Employees International Union, SEIU. We have friends in SEIU here with this program. You are the first, I think, to join the program. So to all of you, after a very lengthy introduction, thank you all for being here and welcome to the program. feel free. You all unmute at any time. We'll believe me. If we walk on each other, it's not a big deal to me. We normally don't have this many guests, but I'm excited to have you all here. Let me start with Ben. Ben, before I get into work that you're doing yourself, I would be remiss if I did not ask you about the happenings in Alabama. And I'm getting terrible feedback from you. You may need headsets, so you may need earbuds at some point. I need to ask you, though, about Alabama. What do you believe happened at the Amazon plant in Bessemer? What do you think about the vote? What do you think about the voting results? What do you think about the fact that the voting results are nowhere near what the original card signatures were? Tell me about Bessemer, Alabama, Amazon. What do you think?
So, I think that it just shows how hard it is to form a union in this country, and it's one of the reasons why the federal government needs to pass the PRO Act to make it easier. Everybody saw that Amazon ran a really tough anti-union, union-busting campaign with even signs in the bathroom and like changing street lights and making the USPS put in a new box to try to make it easier for people to mail in their no ballots. I've heard, I want to, Cassidy, I'm not intimately familiar with how the campaign was run, but I've heard that there were some issues with COVID making it, maybe some shortcuts were taken because of COVID that had they not been taken might have made the vote come out a little different. But I think the real lesson is just that it's too hard for workers to come together and form a union in this country. And we really need some labor law reform desperately.
Kelli, I've often referred to unions as democracy in the workplace. Tell me what you think of that characterization of what unions are.
So before I answer your question, I'm going to take a little liberty here and add something to Ben's. I think that something that also should be spoken a little bit more about with this situation in Alabama is the fact that there were so many people that are really just thirsty for representation right now. And even people that did not work at Amazon, they were so behind these workers and want that for themselves because they know what it's like not to have a voice in the workplace. I did not know what a union was when I started my job, to be honest with you. I was a single mom that had I was working 2 jobs. I was working as a server at a Waffle House, and in the morning I would finish my serving job and go work at Motel 6, and I was exhausted. I wasn't sleeping. I had a child. And one of my customers actually was like, hey, there's this great place and you should come. And she said, I'm not sure if you're familiar with unions, but they have a union. And I was like, okay, yeah, whatever, that sounds great. That was the first time in my life that I ever really got to have a voice in my workplace. And I got to sit down with the company overall that makes decisions and say, you don't just get to decide what me giving you time from my life that I will never get back is worth. You don't just get to decide the things that affect my job. So a lot of people don't know that call centers have a lot of different things. It just sounds easy to say, I called into a call center, but there are things like metrics and quota, and there's dress codes. There's all these crazy things that are involved. And a lot of times, companies, if you don't have a union, that company gets to make the decision for you. So to answer the question about, how I feel that democracy is in the workplace with a union, my company, they can't make those decisions without sitting down and having a discussion with us, and we get to a happy medium. And that's been really, really important. They really have.
David, I don't know how old you are, and it's none of my business, but do you have the same experience as Kelli? Did you even know what a union was before you joined it? And I ask you that because in addition to the all-out assault on civics education in our public schools, labor education has become a thing of the past. We don't talk about the history of labor in this country. Labor Day still exists, but it has become largely a time to grill and an extra day off. What do you think? And I lost David. What do you think about, I will try. David's not on my screen anymore, but he dropped out. No, he's there, kind of. Let me try you, Alejandro. Sorry. I'm going to jump this question on you, my friend. What do you think about, how did you how did you find out about? Did you know what a union was before you were part of it?
Yes. So I'm very, very familiar with the union. I've had parents that were in the union, went to strikes, went to, parades and whatnot. So yeah, I was really, really informed what the union was. I knew what the ins and outs, you know. Uh, what my what my view is, I I think it is important for us to have a union, and I support the 15, of course. I think we all should support it, because it's gonna change us, especially if we have a union, because it's gonna create better access to have a higher wage. It's gonna give us a stable job and everything. It's, it's a lot of
Absolutely.
pros.
Absolutely. Jocelyn, how about you? Did you know what you were, perhaps before you may have been in the union, did you know what you were missing? Did you know what a union does? And I know it might sound like a bit of a sarcastic question, but we don't teach labor history in schools anymore. So perhaps before you were a member of the union, did you know what it did? Did you know what it was there for? And how are things different now that you're in it? I don't assume that you were in a union your entire working life, but even though it says for 22 years, but I imagine you had a non-union job at some point. Did you know what the union was? Did you know what they do, what their primary function is, and how did it change you from when you were not part of it?
So I did know what it was to be in a union, just because I started out as a social worker. I had lots of non-union jobs. And as a social worker, I actually worked in a position where I was part of SEIU. I was a SEIU 668 member in Pennsylvania. And I was working as a home-based therapist for an MHMR facility. And I did that for a number of years. So I had the experience of actually being a union member. And what brought me to the union was I came to the union as a social worker to provide services for our union members. So we had a member assistance program that I was brought to Pennsylvania to develop to provide services to our union members. I think I developed a whole different understanding of that through working with members and providing services to members, and doing a lot of education before I actually got into the elected role that I'm in now. So I've done a variety of different things in the union. My understanding of the union when I was a member versus my understanding now is obviously a lot different, because there isn't a lot of information out there about unions. I didn't know what a union was before I was a union member. So it just happened to be that, I got into a job and then was introduced to the union. But I didn't have that in the past. And I don't have anybody in my family that, was in a union either. So I came to it for a different reason and for a different purpose.
And David, thank you for getting back in. Probably technical issues. I fight them here all the time. We spent a good part of the first hour talking about the technical issues George and I were fighting last night for only 4 hours. Tell me your story as well, if I might ask. Did you know what the union was before you entered it? Because we don't do a lot of labor education, if any, in certain parts of the country. But did you know what the union was? How has your life improved from any of the non-union positions you may have had throughout your working career?
Wow. So when I was growing up, I knew very little of unions. My stepdad was a construction worker, and all I knew about unions was, when you're a child and you're sitting back and your parents are laid off from work, and all you're hearing is, I have to go to the union hall. And I just knew that was something that meant unity, that was some place where he went when we needed money, extra money, while he was laid off. Non-union facilities, David Bridal, and such other facilities, even the type of work I do now, or even our government. And when you're non-union, it makes your job so much more harder. Your wages, opposed from someone giving you 5 cents for your worth, you get to negotiate dollars instead of nickels and cents. and it changes your life dramatically from a year ago. Probably I was not even making $15 an hour, to whereas though now with the union, we're able to fight for 15 campaign. And now that our facility at Marshall's, we're getting that $15 an hour. So I was able to move house. Went for my fiance, I went from 1 car to 2. And that's
even
just an example right there within itself.
And even $15 an hour, David, I don't mean to cut you off. Please, I apologize. But that $15 an hour, you live in Philadelphia, not exactly the cheapest place in the world to live. I mean, every dollar that you earn or that you take home, you're spending that 100% of that money. I shouldn't say that like I know it. Maybe you are able to save, throw some into a kitty and save some money. But generally speaking, you're probably spending 100% of the money that you make.
Pretty much we are. It's a struggle, paycheck to paycheck every week,
right,
with the 15 and 2 incomes at the same time.
Right.
So yes, the minimum wage definitely needs a wage hike in Pennsylvania, certainly in Philadelphia.
And let us remember, George has put up a graphic, folks. I don't know if my guests can see it. I hope all my viewers can see it. I almost said I hope my listeners can see it. Why would I have ever said such a thing? My brain sometimes, it's just that, what can I say? I'm a human being. Hopefully all you viewers can see it. George has put up a graphic of all of the minimum wages across the country. And look at us. Look at Pennsylvania there in red at $7.25. And I really goofed. I should have sent George the video. I have sent George, I don't know if you can find it. We're doing a little production work here on the air. I sent you a video a while back of Senator Ted Kennedy on the floor of the Senate from 2005, I think it is, in his impassioned speech about how much greed does it take for you to give the workers a little bit. I think I sent that to you a while back. Ben, you guys are here primarily to tell us about an action that you are taking this week. Rather than me trying to explain it, why don't you explain it, what you all are working on as it relates to the minimum wage and our outgoing and none too soon Republican senator from the Commonwealth. Tell us about the action that you are working on.
Sure, and I would love, so I'll say a little bit about the actions, and I would love to give over the mic to Kelli, Alejandro, and David to talk a little bit more about all the work we've been doing on the Fight for 15. But I think folks will know that SEIU has really been the union that has been really the spark plug for the Fight for 15 campaign. We are the union that made Fight for 15 a phrase, and has been pushing the Fight for 15 for a decade now. And as the Pennsylvania Joint Board, we've decided to we've been a part of the campaign since long before I came to the Joint Board. But we decided that this year we were really going to throw all in, like even more than in years past, and really drive the campaign. And so we've done various actions, but this week we have we're doing 3 actions on April 15th. It's traditionally tax day. Mm-hmm. It's also 4/15, so Fight 4/15. So we've been collecting signatures on petitions. We had a petition that was designed to really make people think before they sign it, because it says, we call on our elected officials to raise the wage to 15 now, because when workers are paid a fair wage, they can blank. And as you sign the petition, you have to fill it in. My favorite one, Jocelyn told me about this one. So Jocelyn, I'm stealing one of your lines. I apologize. But someone said, when workers make $15 an hour, they can sleep because they don't have to work 2 jobs. So we've been collecting signatures on these petitions. And on Thursday, we're taking them to Senator Toomey's offices in Allentown, Philadelphia, and Wilkes-Barre. We'll be at Allentown at his office at 3:30 p.m. That's 1150 South Cedar Street. Again, 3:30 p.m. Allentown, 1150 South Cedar Street. In Philadelphia, we'll be there at 3 p.m. at 200 Chestnut Street. Again, that's 3 p.m. Philadelphia, 200 Chestnut Street. And we'll be, that's the first one, will be in Wilkes-Barre in the morning at 10 a.m. And his offices there are 7 North Wilkes-Barre Boulevard. So that's Again, 10 a.m. on Thursday, April 15th at 7 North Wilkes-Barre Boulevard in Wilkes-Barre.
I'm going to do a little break the fourth wall. We break the fourth wall all the time around here. There's shattered fourth wall glass all over this room. It sparkles, but it's a little dangerous. If you guys could if someone of you could put that into the Zoom chat, then George can probably copy it into the Facebook chat so we can make sure that we get it there as to those times and addresses. Let me, Kelli, we talk a lot on this program about the fallacy, the outright falsehood. I think it's used rather intentionally to try to divide us even further into smaller and smaller bits. But the fallacy that there is no difference between the two political parties, the two major political parties in this country, let me redefine in two things that I say every single week. The Democratic Party is far from perfect, but it is my party, and it has been my party since birth. You see the last name on the screen. It's not perfect, but we're the only ones trying. And I think that the Republicans are no longer a political party. They are a corporation. Mm-hmm. Their sole purpose is to jam as much wealth and money and profit to the people that own them as humanly possible. So with all that said, and I think I may have even lost where I'm going here, why is this action important? And which I realize is a very broad question, but does this action not absolutely demonstrate that there is a difference between the two parties? There's only one trying. Yeah. And the senator to which you're going to be sending these isn't really trying.
Right.
The billionaire in his own right.
I am it's always a joke that like I'm the feelings person. Everything makes me cry. But I have always felt of the two parties as two things. Like the Republican Party to me and their mindset, their belief system, the fact that they are basically running as a corporation is like that cold coffee that you've lost and you found it somewhere and you're like, you know, there's not a lot behind it. It served its purpose for a little time. It's time to get rid of it because it doesn't really serve you any purpose. The Democratic Party is really like a cup of hot chocolate. It kind of like, it's taking care of things that you need to be taken care of instead of like,
kind of warms you up, but there's no caffeine.
Exactly. And I feel like right now, you know, even before the pandemic, because like Ben said, we've been in this fight a long time. I remember in 2019, you know, my nieces were homeschooled and I was taking them doing petitions at the Broad Street Market in Harrisburg. I don't know if you know where that is, but I was wearing an SEIU shirt and people were driving by and rolling down the windows and yelling, SEIU, I see you. And they knew what we were out there doing. So this is not a new fight for us. And this is not going to be the end of the line by any means. We will continue to fight. But, you know, I feel that the Democratic Party really sees that there is a need for people in this country that has not been met for far too long. And, you know, so we're going to take it to where it has to start first, Pennsylvania. The fact that Pennsylvania is 725 on that map is embarrassing. That's embarrassing. We have people that are making decisions between paying their electric bill or feeding their family. You know, when we were getting these petitions, I remember a woman had said something on a Zoom call that I was on the other day, and we had asked the question, like, what is this for you? You know, what would this mean for you? And she said, I could get my teeth fixed. She said she's embarrassed to smile. That's a really hard thing for people. You know what I mean? And I feel like it's taking care of people's absolute need instead of really just putting the corporation and sticking money in their own pockets.
Jocelyn, the third largest municipality in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania is Allentown. It is a minority city. 40% of its residents are at or below the poverty line. Senator Sanders has educated us all that 40% of Americans cannot survive a $400 emergency. And if we bump that to $1,000, it's now 60% of all Americans cannot afford a $1,000 emergency. There are roughly 60 unsheltered in Allentown, but with 40% of the population at poverty, are we not actually talking about that at any given time, with any of those emergencies, $400 or $1,000, as much as 40% of the third largest municipality in the state could be unsheltered?
Yeah, so that's exactly it. When we're talking about the fight for 15, and all of our union members that you're talking to here work in places where that they make more than $15, right? It's not. We are really talking about people having stable housing, and it's awful that when people are not, they don't have a place to live, but there's a lot of people who have just insecure housing, right? They can't pay their bills, they get evicted, they have to move. There's other bills that are chasing them, electric bills and gas bills and things like that. So again, this is as a minimum, people should be making $15 an hour. The instability that is caused in families, when we talk about the effect on kids and what's happening in schools because of COVID, there's kids who are not in school, who are not showing up for school remotely. They're not going to be going back to school. We have a huge crisis that is out there, and it's brewing right now, that we're going to be paying for many years down the line. We need their parents to have stable employment, and have not just what they get from $15 an hour, but from also having a union, right? From having all those other rights, like when you're laid off, when you're going back to work, when you have health insurance that's affordable, paid time off. So, most union contracts, you have paid time off. If you get sick or something happens, that you're not going to be fired. And all of that is really important to make sure that people have, stable employment so that their families can be stable. Without that, without having those two things, a basic wage that they can afford their basic necessities, plus some other rights on the job. Kelli spoke about having a voice on the job, which is great that people can have that. But there's so many people out there who just have to deal with whatever their employer dishes out for any reason at all, or for no reason, just because someone is in a bad mood that day.
Now, I know Ben was kind enough to send me a message earlier that all of you cannot stick for so super long. Please, give us a wave or something so I can make sure I talk to you before you have to bow out. It is a Sunday evening. I get it's mostly a family. It's still predominantly a family time. It might be dinner or whatever, homework, like I said, whatever you need to get to. Just please give me a something so I can thank you and make sure I say goodbye. Don't disappear on me. But let me throw this out to the floor, because this is not an easy question. Anyone who wants to jump in on it, please feel free. Let me play a little bit of devil's advocate, but not the kind of devil's advocate you might think, because I don't think there is any justifiable argument against a $15 minimum wage. In fact, there's no real science and data that I have ever found, other than by sponsored lobbyists, to argue against it. Look at Seattle. That said, let me push back on you a little bit from this standpoint. Oh, I got an itch on my leg. This is a weird show, man. I'll tell you what. He's a superhuman today. All sorts of weird things. I can't talk right. I'm getting itchy. It's so hot in here. That said, and again, whoever wants to jump in, I don't know if Ben will jump on this, but whoever wants to. If the minimum wage from its inception, and by the way, we remember its inception was during the New Deal. Republicans have fought it since its inception. They have never wanted a minimum wage. The Libertarian platform in 1980, when David Koch ran for vice president, part of the platform was to eliminate the minimum wage. It was also to eliminate things like child labor laws, because who doesn't want an 8-year-old butchering meat for them? But that said, if the minimum wage was to keep track with worker productivity, something you are all very familiar with working in distribution centers, it would be $23 to $24 an hour right now. If it had kept up and was pegged to CEO pay, it would be about $35 an hour. Why are we fighting for 15?
I'd like to answer that for you. Jack.
Please, David. Thank you.
The reason why we're fighting for 15 because we have to have a basic standpoint. Fight for 15, when we first started off this campaign, we started off with the McDonald's workers, the food service workers, because they were the most noticeable to be seen. Like everyone knows a McDonald's worker, fast food worker. They work hard, they slave back there. It was really hot back there, and they make nothing. Years ago, when
McDonald's workers, by the way, in the Scandinavian countries earn about $25 an hour, and they have health benefits, and I believe they're unionized.
About that, and we're in Philadelphia,
right?
Having said that, years ago, I remember when those were our jobs when I was in middle school. Now adults need these same jobs to support families. So the reason why we have to have it start there is because adults need to have those jobs. We need to get kids back their jobs, and so that means we need to start there. We give them 15. Tires are going to lift from the bottoms up. And that's why we start at 15.
So if
we have Republican,
I'm not trying to. I don't want to put words in your mouth. I don't want to put words in your mouth at all. But are you trying to say that 15? You're trying to establish a new floor for wages, not a ceiling, but raise the floor to 15.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
That's exactly what we should do.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Yes, thank you. I'm trying to just. You know what I'm saying? We're trying to put it into plain words here, but and let me just clarify myself in case anybody misunderstands. In no way, shape, or form do I think the fight for 15 is a bad thing. I want all the audience, viewers, listeners, everywhere that's out there, to keep in mind just how devastating, how much effort has been put into suppressing wages of workers in this country. A McDonald's worker in Sweden earns $22 to $25 an hour with their health taken care of because they have single payer and they're unionized. Companies in Germany with over 500 employees must by the German constitution have union representation on their boards of directors. Anyone know where they got that idea for their post-war constitution? That would have been the United States. We wrote it into their constitution. So when we talk about representation in the workplace, it's unions or bust, is it not, Ben?
Well, it definitely is. But I wanted to say something. So you threw out some statistics where if the minimum wage had been tracked to different other metrics, how it would have grown. I actually read today that if the minimum wage had grown at the same rate as Wall Street bonuses since 1985, which is incidentally the year I was born, it would be $44 an hour. Also, one of the things you also said, you talked about how it came out of the New Deal. One of the shortcomings of the New Deal was obviously that, I think FDR is the greatest president we've had in this country, but he did some things that weren't perfect. Just like you said, the Democratic Party is not perfect. And to get the program through, he cut deals with Southern racist Democrats. And so the minimum wage was not applied to farm workers or, service workers, tipped workers or domestic workers. One of the things that has to happen, and we still see the disparities that come out of those kinds of racist policies today, of course.
Misogynistic.
And racist and misogynistic. And it's time to close those gaps. So when we talk about the fight for 15, that needs to be extended to all workers. It boggles my mind that farm workers, they have none of the protections, what little protections we do have in this country to organize. None of them are extended to farm workers. There's no minimum wage. You could pay farm workers dirt in this country. And the same thing for domestic workers. There's a tip minimum wage that is wacky itself and unevenly applied. It's time to close some of those gaps as well.
$2.12. I believe it's still at $2.12, if I'm not mistaken. Please feel free to correct me if I have that wrong, but I believe the tipped minimum wage is still $2.12. It is enough to cover your taxes, essentially, is what it was originally designed for. And yes, that was originally one of the compromises that was built into the bill. we look back on history sometimes with current glasses. We have to keep in mind of what was happening at the time. Ben brings up something important, Alejandro, that unions in this country, labor unions, workers unions, were some of the cutting edge, and are really, but if we're looking at through the lens of history, labor unions were some of the first racially integrated institutions in this country. Do you still feel that unions have a place and are providing leadership in the area of equality?
Absolutely. When, like we all said, when it comes down to the work environment, we have to say when it comes down to a lot of things, when it comes down to negotiations, when it comes down to a grievance, things like that. We have everything that we have behind our backs. We have the people, we have the logics and all that. We have the reasons why we do everything we do. So when it comes down to 15 and a union, just look at how everything's going right now with COVID. A lot of employers are taking advantage of it. They're saying, well, we're going to take what we have here that we handed to you because of COVID. We're going to take it away from you. That doesn't happen when you have a union at all. So
kind of add on to what Alejandro said, and to kind of like add another part to your question, Jeff, like I, as a white person, I grew up in a primarily white neighborhood. And when I became part of the union, I really got my first experiences in life with different cultures, different races, different ethnicities, different religions. And I feel that our union is very diverse. And something that I don't think anybody's really touched on, but again, the feelings person is going to touch on it. I think that something that's left out sometimes is when you think of a union, you think of all like the things that you get to do. You get to bargain with the company, you get to fight for your job, but people don't really realize that those people in your life that you see at the union meeting, that you go into grievance meetings with, that you get to sit down and say, this thing happened to me at negotiations, and this other person can say, this thing happened to me. You walk into a situation and a family is kind of formed. There's a bond there that it's hard to explain almost, but you walk into a group of people that you've never met, but you already know they're in the same fight that you are. They don't look like you. Sometimes they don't sound like you. They don't come from where you come from. They don't even eat the same things that you do sometimes. And you really get to sit down and you get to learn about other people, and you form these friendships. Like I have a friend, his name is Praful. He will text me on holidays he doesn't even celebrate, because to me, I'm his sister, and he, wishes me happy Thanksgiving and all these different things that he doesn't celebrate. So I think it's incredibly diverse, and it gives people that may not have a voice in a non-unionized shop, gives them a voice in the shop.
That's kind of what I was trying to get to, is that labor unions in this country, from their inception, even before the New Deal, I'm sure all of you have probably seen the movie Matewan. It's one of the great movies ever made. The history of union and labor struggle in the coal mines of West Virginia in the 19-teens, if I'm not mistaken, where the Pinkertons were called in, moved and made themselves at home in the company housing. And they literally had a shooting war. The National Guard had been called out to keep them. People were killed in that. But those union members in the 19-teens, didn't matter how you looked, they were all fighting together and for the same thing. And I think we tend to sometimes gloss over that part of it. When we talk about unions, that it is that brotherhood and sisterhood, or familyhood. I'm going to make a new word, that they're doing this. I hate the analogy. It's not a clean analogy, but not unlike the military. You're trying to fight for your own life. You don't care who's sitting next to you, as long as they're fighting the same way. It doesn't matter what they look like, how tall, short, gender, you name it, but it's the same thing for you all. There's Ben and I had the wonderful opportunity to speak on the phone Friday. I think it was Friday night. You mentioned it, Kelly, that people tend to think of unions immediately as just bargaining and grievances and disciplinary actions and things like that. But Ben was informing me really that unions take a much more active role in the operations of the companies that they are housed, that they are located in. That's ineloquent language, but where your union's located, you have an active role in the operations of that building, of that company. Jocelyn, can you tell me and tell the listeners and viewers more about some of the areas that the union represents itself in, some of the active areas that you work on beyond what we normally think of as unions, negotiating, strikes, disciplinary, et cetera, et cetera. Can you talk about some of the other stuff that you do inside the union, inside your companies?
Sure. So in all of our workplaces, we have an opportunity to have labor management meetings. So on a regular basis, we sit down with the company, we listen to what's coming up, and then we also let them know what people are experiencing. So I can give you like a specific example. In warehousing, we have situations where people are given different types of materials to use, and the company was in this situation having a problem where everything was getting to ship. It was going out to ship, and everything was falling apart. And they said, we can't figure out what's going on. Like they went back to different machines that are used. They, the process, trying to figure things out. In labor management, we talked about it and talked to our union stewards, and we have a very diverse group of stewards. So we get people who speak all different languages so that they can communicate what people are saying, on the floor back to us, so we can talk about it and bring it to the company, as well as communicate back after the meetings to give people answers, and different shifts, different departments. So we talked about it, and they said, it's the tape. The company got new tape. Now, the supervisors didn't realize it as it was going through the warehouse. Nobody realized it, but they changed their tape. I don't know if because it was cheaper, because it was whatever was available at the time, but the tape wasn't sticking. And so everything was falling apart because it was just the tape. And it's a very simple example, but there's lots of examples like that. I know Kelly can give you some good examples as well too. There's times that the company thinks that they're advancing or they have a goal. When they share that with us, we can also talk about that and talk about different ways that things could be done that might meet the goal in a better way. It's, I think, a common misconception that unions want to destroy companies, so that we're always out fighting the company. We're fighting the company to make sure that we're representing workers and getting good benefits for workers. But beyond that, we want them to be successful, because if they're successful, then they can afford even better working conditions and better benefits for our union members. So people in their jobs often feel like they see something going wrong, they want to fix it. They might tell their supervisor, but it doesn't go any further. We have the opportunity to interact with all different levels of management, so that if something like that happens, and we have some manufacturing places, for example, where there's quality issues, and they say there's a problem, we're sending out bad product, we've told our supervisor, and they won't do anything about it. Well, when we sit down at those meetings and we have higher levels of management, we start to talk about there's other people in the company who really want to fix those problems. That's just some of the examples of things that we do all the time to make sure that the company is successful. Our union members are all involved in tracking down those problems and reporting them, and then we work collaboratively sometimes in solving the problem in a way that works for the workers and for the company.
So if I might rephrase and then kind of throw the question open to the floor again, you may be in a union, you bargain collectively, you are, let's just be blunt, at odds with management at times, but you have not lost sight of the fact, and I don't believe any union does, to be blunt. You don't have customers, none of you have a job. Union or management, or it doesn't matter. So you're explaining an example of the time where, from the union perspective, from the union structure, You've fixed, improved the actual process to take care of those customers. You're not destroying your company, you're helping it.
Certainly.
Have you all experienced that same thing? Because I do think Jocelyn touches on something that anti-union forces in this country, especially since St. Reagan came to power, that unions are destroying companies. Ben and I discussed the historical video at Bethlehem Steel, which blames the demise of Bethlehem Steel on its own union. You're not out to destroy the company, or you wouldn't have a job, for goodness sake.
Don't we look like union thugs? Like we're the ones that want to destroy it. Like I want to destroy the thing that makes sure that my health insurance is paid for. So
well, Ben does, but you don't, Kelly.
Ben's the new one here. He's still warming his seat. We'll circle back to him later.
Insurance to be provided by the government, but that's another.
Yeah.
Ben was kind enough to drop into this conversation. He was born 2 years before I graduated high school. We're going to set that one aside, and we'll discuss that later. Thanks for that. But
we do have to spend a lot of time sometimes reminding the company that we are not here to put them out of business in any way. And there was one particular situation. So Governor Wolf had come into our shop a couple years ago. Jocelyn will probably remember the year because, you know, she remembers all that stuff. And they had me lead the tour. And I remember management following very closely to us to make sure that Kelly did not say something. I'm not known for that, but, you know, upper levels of management, the governor's here, we have to make sure. And we were almost done with the tour. And during that time, our mailroom had gotten some new machines, and some of our mailroom staff wound up losing their job. And he was saying to me, as a union, you know, how do you kind of make that okay for people? And I was explaining to him, there's not really a way to tell somebody that's going to lose their job. It is, you know, it is what it is. We never want that to happen, ever. But I remember saying to him, I explained that our contract has a process for people, a bidding process, you know, the career services have come in and do all these things. And I said to him then in front of management, we do not want the company to lose business. We all have to have a job, and the company remaining successful is what does that. And, you know, we spend a lot of time reminding the company that we're not bringing you these problems because we're the squeaky wheel. We're bringing you these problems because we're the people that do the job. You know, we're the people that have to deal with these, you know, system issues or whatever that's happening every day. And we're telling you how to fix it because we know this is going to make it better for the company and better for your customers. So this is going to probably sound funny, but we have like a process. If somebody calls in, they need to get a check voided and reissued. It had to go through 2 or 3 steps before, and I kept making a suggestion. Things weren't getting done. So I went to a person in management that I dealt with because of union issues. And I was like, this is a problem. And I really think it would be cost efficient if we change this process. He was like, all right, I'll see what we can do. Took 4 months, but we saved like $17,000 in 1 quarter of a year, because they trusted me as a union person and knew that I don't want to lose my job. Nobody wants to lose their job. So just things like that.
Let me throw this open to the floor. Why do you believe, as not just union members, but union advocates yourself, that unionization in this country, here's a really wide open question, and God knows I talk about it every single week, and I certainly have my thoughts. But you're here, so I want your thoughts. Why is unionization in the United States? Why is the United States such an outlier? A singularly unique animal in and of itself, a complete outlier in the so-called first world, Western industrialized OECD nations when it comes to private sector and increasingly public sector unionization. I think the unionization percentage in Germany is, I want to say it's as high as 84%, but I'm working from memory. I should probably Google it while you're answering. But why is the U.S. an outlier when it comes to unionization? Anybody who wants to take it, because it's a broad, I realize that it's a very broad question, but. Ben, David?
The stab I'll take at it is just to say that we live in the very center of the beast of the capitalist world, with the most the most powerful country in the world under the capitalist system, and the corporations here are the most powerful, and they've waged a very successful war. They were sort of losing that war from the Great Depression onward, but we're still fighting it. People talk about this like the social compact and how great things were throughout the 50s and 60s, and sure they were for working people because unions were strong, but companies weren't just like nicer then. It was that unions were more powerful, and we've seen a really concerted effort since the 70s to move work out of this country, and predominantly manufacturing work that was more heavily unionized. First to move it to the right to work South, and then out of the country. And our union was particularly badly hurt by that because we represented garment workers, and we've seen an all-out war messaging wise by the unions. Folks in Pennsylvania, I would highly recommend reading a book called Striking Steel. It's about probably about like kind of the information war that was wielded by the steel companies against the union. It's an all-out information campaign, a campaign of deindustrialization, which was a choice, right? Like our country could have decided that we wanted to keep this industry in the United States. It's people talk about deindustrialization like it's just an unfortunate occurrence, but choices were made to shift these jobs overseas. And by the way, like those workers are working in poverty. Like it's not a good thing that those jobs are moving overseas for those folks either. And unions have not been able to yet build and we try, and our union is actually at the forefront of this, but a strong enough like cross-border relationships to fight these multinational corporations across the country and across the world, and raise standards for all workers. But there are encouraging signs in recent years. I think support for unions is at an all-time high in the U.S. or at an all-time high in recent years. I think despite the unfortunate loss in Amazon and Bessemer, just merely the fact that some workers were brave enough to stand up to what's arguably one of the most powerful companies in the world right now is an encouraging sign. And we've heard that sparked Amazon workers across the country to start to get more interested in organizing. So, there are positive signs, but that was a long answer, but I think you got it at some of the things in your question.
I managed to bring up a chart from Forbes magazine, supposedly from 2020, and I have to say the numbers I'm looking at are both shocking and I think they might be incorrect. Far be it for me to challenge Forbes, but State of the Union, labor union membership as a percentage of total employees. Iceland, number one, 91.8%. Sweden, number two, 67%. I was wildly wrong about Germany because I think I was thinking of Sweden. Belgium at 55, Italy at 38, Ireland, the Irish guy said, at 26.5, Canada 26.5, the UK at 24.7, Germany at only 17.7. I think that is actually wildly incorrect. Japan at 17.4, Australia 17, Mexico 13.1, France 11.2. They have the US listed at 10.6, although Tom Hartman mentions on nearly every single day that is under 6%. So I'm not sure where the 10.6 comes from. South Korea at 9%, which I believe is incorrect as well, and Turkey, which I would buy 100%. I would buy completely 6.3%. How much has any of you really, if you wish, how much have the so-called free trade movement destroyed the union movement in the United States? NAFTA, the new NAFTA, the General Agreement on Tariffs and Trades, GATT, the World Trade Organization. How badly have these things damaged unionization, not just here in the United States, although I think it's been a disproportionate and intentional damage in the United States, but actually worldwide? Anyone who wants to jump on it or has an opinion?
Sure. So Ben mentioned, this has affected our union because with our predecessor union being the International Ladies Garment Workers Union, and also Amalgamated Clothing, obviously all of those jobs, we have very little garment manufacturing that's left in the United States and that we represent. So all of those jobs left. I think that it's not really the problem of things changing and the work going somewhere else. I think it's also the messaging. And so their companies have been very successful, like you mentioned, Bethlehem Steel, like saying it's the union's fault, that people will get very upset thinking like the union can stop these kinds of things. There's a reason why we do political work, why we educate our members, and why we have people who are very politically active, because it's not just about the union, it's about the people that are controlling this country and making those decisions, like Ben said. We have to make sure that the right people are making the right decisions to try to protect those industries. It's not the company gets to run themselves. We just talk about agreements with how they treat the workers, right? That's the role of the union. But when companies close down, they have been successful at saying it's the union's fault. And what they really mean is that workers, they can get it done cheaper somewhere else, right? And they can treat people worse in other places. There's places where we take action on global issues, and there are companies that just failed to pay during COVID. Just workers did the work, the garments were produced, that they were ready to ship, and all these huge companies just said, nope, we're not going to pay for it. We're not taking the shipment. And all of those workers in the end didn't get paid in other places, right? That's what they want to do. So when they say it's the union's fault, what they really mean is the union stopping us from treating you like that. If we could only treat you worse, we could keep those jobs here, right? That's kind of what they're saying. So I think we all have to do a better job at making sure that the message of what unions do gets out there. Like Alejandro said, he's known about the union from birth, right? Not everybody knows about that. We talk to our members all the time about when you're coming out, if you're coming to a union meeting, bring your kids. Like we want to see your kids. We want to talk to them. We want to make sure that we're explaining really what unions do, because in the mainstream media, like Kelly said, we're thugs, right?
You're the rabble rousers. You're the trouble.
We hear that all the time. Like, yeah, we look like the terrible thugs. Like, we're going to come here and make you do something, Especially Kelly. Yeah. I mean, those braids, I mean.
I know. It's super scary. Honestly, the funny thing is, though, I have seen Jocelyn walk onto a floor. And I know you can't tell. I know she looks like she's probably like 5'10" from here. But Jocelyn is about 5 foot tall, maybe a little shorter. I'm not going to call her out, but I have seen management kind of snap to attention and be like, something's happening. Something's going on. And, anytime that I feel like people have power in the workplace, because the union isn't me as a shop steward or me as the president or Alejandro as a steward or Jocelyn or Ben or any one of us, it's every single person in our shop. So the union is only as strong as the people that are involved in it. And when we go to meetings and things like that, we do bring our kids along. My daughter, she wore one of my Workers United shirts to school, and one of her teachers pulled her aside and said, do you know what that is? And she said, yeah, my mom's in a union. She talks to me about it all the time. And the teacher, she said, was a little nicer to her after that, because the teacher was like, I'm in a union, so those are conversations I think that families don't sometimes have. My uncle was a union member for 23 years and never told me until my grandmother actually told him, hey, Kelly's a shop steward. He never talked to me about that kind of stuff. And I think that might also be an issue. People don't really talk to each other about unions and what they really are. And it's a really good opportunity at the meetings and things like that to have those conversations with kids or your neighbors and things like that. And more of that needs to be happening.
The amount of COVID relief monies that have been handed over to the airline industry, and I am disproportionately picking on the airline industry at the moment because I happen to have the stat in my head. Monies that were given to the airline industry to do exactly what you guys had mentioned, which was to retain and pay employees as a bridge to when we're all vaccinated and we can all start flying again. Those monies equal, I believe it's over $33 billion, or $600,000 per employee. Just 2 weeks ago, I believe 3 of the major airlines announced they're going to be laying people off. So when we talk about profit versus people, I don't think there's any greater example of it than that. 33-ish, and I could have that number wrong, folks. Please send me a chat, send me a tweet if I'm wrong, because I'm working from my memory. I don't like to get things incorrect, and I'm happy to learn what I do not know. So if you want to correct me, do it by any of the ways that you know how to get a hold of the program. But I believe, working from memory, it's $33,600,000 per employee. No problem. We took all the money. We're going to lay you off anyway. 7:05 Eastern Time here in my humble second bedroom here in the Saucon Valley, part of the Lehigh Valley, in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, part of these United States on this planet Earth, the only one we have, third rock from the sun in the Terran solar system, part of the Milky Way galaxy. This is the Kennedy Effect, live with you for April 11, 2021. Wherever you might be watching on the Facebook universe, about 90 plus places the show has been shared this week. Our Revolution National, the Lehigh Valley Progressive Network, Pennsylvania Democratic Politics, Election Integrity Arizona, the Washington, D.C. chapter of the Democratic Socialists, and all around the world. We thank you for being there. You can stay right where you are, wherever you are watching. Sit back, enjoy, do homework with the kids, get dinner ready, or have dinner at 7 o'clock. You may have had dinner already. And listen, watch, listen in the background as you're doing whatever you need to do to get prepared for the work week. We're thrilled to be with you. If you want to take part in the comment section, or what we refer to as the live chat on our home Facebook page, it's called That Other Side of Information. Come on over there. You'll see the video playing. Click on it. Join the comments. There's an interactive chat happening right there. We want to hear from you. If you have any questions for me and any of our guests, at least for as long as they can be here. I think I've already kept them longer than they were planning, but we're all having so much fun. Send us a question.
Hey, Jeff, I think. Oh, sorry. I think
go ahead.
It's been. Thank you so much for having us. But I think we are going to have to jump off.
Well, listen.
But this has been really great.
Let me just do 2 things before you all leave. I want to give you all the very same opportunity. For one thing, let me thank you very much for being here, especially on a Sunday evening. I know Sunday evenings are not always the most fun time to be sitting here chatting like this, but thank you very much for being here. I tell every single guest that comes along our way, you are in the family now. Please continue to listen, watch, find me on Facebook, send me a friend. Join the home group page, stay up with the news and articles that we post, but also you are always welcome on this program, even if it is just for 5 minutes that you need something, that you have something that you think our listeners and viewers would benefit from and need to hear about. I hope this will not be the only time that we see you on the program. And I now want to throw the floor open to any of you. If there is an answer to a question that you didn't get to chip in on, a point that you think we did not make thoroughly, or any additional information that you want to throw out there, especially Ben, I think you will probably want to throw out there again the actions that's taking place on the 15th. I just want to throw the floor open to you. Have at it. Whoever.
So I'll plug the actions again. We're going to be delivering petitions to Senator Toomey's office. If you haven't signed the petition yet, I shared it in the chat here. I hope it gets on the Facebook Live here. But it's bit.ly/15now petition. That's bit.ly/15now petition. And we're going to be delivering signatures of those petitions to Senator Pat Toomey's offices in Allentown on April 15th at 3:30. And that address is 1150 South Cedar Street. In Philadelphia at 3 p.m. on the 15th at 200 Chestnut Street. And Wilkes-Barre at 10 a.m. on the 15th at 7 North Wilkes-Barre Boulevard. And just one answer that I wanted to answer from a previous thing, one thing I wanted to say, so that I don't want to suggest that the record of labor unions on issues of race have been perfect, but unions have been at the forefront of the struggle for liberation in this country in many cases. And just one little tidbit that I learned recently that I found cool. The manager of our union, David Melman, actually handed me. They used to make these big, thick books that came out of the ILGUW, the International Garment Workers Union's conventions every year. And he handed me the 1965 one to just look through. And one little thing I found in there is that the ILGW actually paid for the loudspeakers at the 1963 March on Washington. So the famous "I Have a Dream" speech, the reason that we all have audio from it is because the ILGW gave like $40,000 to pay for those loudspeakers. That number may be high. It may have been like 15,000, but it was a lot, even for those times.
Any final thoughts from any of the rest of you? Any points that you think we didn't get a chance to make? Anything that you wanted to contribute to? Answers that you didn't think were complete? I just want to give everybody a chance to have a say before you head back to your, hopefully relax on a Sunday evening before it's time to go back to work.
Just for me, no, go ahead, David.
No, I was going to say thank you, Jeff, for having us. I think we covered a lot today. I appreciate you having us, and I'll be looking for your show more often now.
Thank you. And again, I meant what I said. The door is open to you. You guys have something, don't have to all show up in force. If you individually have something that you think our listeners and viewers, especially Kelly, she's a troublemaker. She's a rebel. That you need to bring to our audience that you think will inform and educate them, then the door is open to you. But Kelly, you wanted to add something?
I just want to say thanks for taking time out of your day to have us. And I'm a little, I live in Louisville. It's in the middle of nowhere, so I can't get to any of those places, but there are other ways to contact Senator Toomey's office on Thursday, just in case anybody wants to know.
And we give the congressional switchboard number here as a matter of habit now at this point. You can also call Senator Toomey at his Washington senatorial office, 202-224-3121, 202-224-3121. That is the main switchboard at the Capitol building. Be polite. There's the folks answering the phones they're working for a living just like you and me. It's Senator Toomey we're trying to get the message to. George just put the graphic up there. 202-224-3121. Ask for Senator Toomey's office and tell him that you believe in unions. You believe in the union movement. You believe unions are good, not just for workers, but for business. And that the $15 minimum wage is exactly that, a minimum of what we should be paying people in this country. Alejandro, I didn't get to talk to you too much. I apologize if I did not give you enough time. But are there any last points you wanted to make before you guys head back to your Sunday evening?
No, thank you so much, Jeff. It was really a pleasure being here. The one thing I would say is, we can't let the company or anyone make us fear from the union. We got to stay strong together. This is what the union is basically about, staying together. In fact, that's what this logo is all about. Everyone sticking together and pretty much, being one as a union.
This logo is about winning football matches, Alejandro. That baby. Somebody's not a United fan, and I just got him right there. Something. Gotcha. Listen, I do mean sincerely. I know, we've been able to keep this somewhat light and not, and I know that we happen to agree, obviously, on a lot of different things, but I very much thank you for being here with all sincerity. I know you took time, from family or time that you were probably going to relax or nap or watch baseball or whatever it is that you do on a Sunday evening to try to just, shut the body down a little bit and get ready for another work week. So the fact that you came here to our program means a lot to me. Ben, I'll be seeing you. You live not far from here. I'm honored to have this new growing friendship. I appreciate it very much. I mean the same for all of you. I hope you will, again, the door is open to you. I don't like one time, drop in, never see you again guests. The door is open to you. You're part of the Kennedy Effect family now. And if not here, our Revolution, Pennsylvania, where I serve as chief strategist, I hope we'll see you there as well, because I don't think any group in the Commonwealth has as much in common with you as our Revolution. I hope you can visit us there as well. I'll make sure, find me on Facebook so I can make sure how to keep in touch with all of you. But thank you very, very, very much for being here. I appreciate it so much. And I hope you have a peaceful rest of your Sunday evening. Get your vaccinations, and I hope that we will see you again.
All right. Stay safe, Jeff.
Thank you, Jeff.
Thank you, everybody. I appreciate it very much.
Thanks.
That's our union team talking about all things unionization here in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Really, really important stuff. We need to sign that petition. If you believe in what they are fighting for, they will be delivering those petitions to the Eastern, sounds like the Eastern regional offices for Senator Toomey on April 15th on tax day. And as Ben cleverly put in there, fight 415, so 415, they'll be delivering those petitions. I hope, I am generally speaking pessimistic. I personally don't think Senator Toomey would care if the second coming of Christ himself signed that petition, but I hope, especially since he is outgoing and not running for re-election and can hopefully be a little bit more of an open-minded leader than he has been in the past, that he will see stacks and stacks and stacks and hundreds and thousands of names saying that this is what we need in our Commonwealth, it's what we need in our country, and I hope that he will pay attention to that. Let me get back to, so again, George has put up in the comments section that other side of information on Facebook of the page for this, the page for our program, and the posting of this program live in the comments section. George has placed where these petitions will be delivered, what time they will be delivering them, the addresses, the whole nine. If you want to take part, and we're going to try, because I missed I think it's bit.ly/fight415. It's in the Zoom chat somewhere. We will put the link in the comments about how you can sign that petition as well. And I think that you should. I think what we tend to forget sometimes is that what the union does is not always just for, well, David's still here. Maybe I'll ask him this question. I think we tend to think that when the union fights and collectively bargains, David, that they're doing it only for themselves. But unions have brought us so many of the work standards that we are used to. The weekend, the 8-hour day, safety regulations, when you guys fight for these things, obviously you're collectively bargaining, you're fighting for yourselves, but what you achieve in these union contracts does ripple throughout the economy. Workers who are not in your union they benefit as well. Do you agree with that? Is that something that you discuss with folks who are not unionized? You're muted, David. David, you're still muted. There he is.
Oh, sorry about that.
No, it's okay.
Not only when we do the body of work that we do, it's not just for union workers. We're a union for all people. I try to explain this to a lot of our workers in the shop that when I walk in the door, I'm looking out for, yes, all my members, but of course I'm looking out for everyone who walks over the threshold and swipes in their badge. There's a lot of things that go into our collective bargaining, such as, sick time and things of that process. A lot of people don't understand that in labor law, they really feel that they have to have breaks. Like the company has to give them that 15, 20-minute break. And a lot of people don't know in labor law, you're not really do that right. So yes, we do fight for other things and for other non-union facilities. And that's what part of our job is for, equalization for all.
And is that a discussion that you have regularly with folks who are not unionized, regardless of what business that they might, or I should say company that they're working for, small businesses, medium businesses, large businesses? Is this all part of the information process, the educational process of what we have to tell people the union movement is all about? That it's not selfish. It's not just we get all the goodies and the rest of you, float in the middle of the ocean. What happens, what our union achieves, it ripples through the whole economy. Everybody benefits.
Yes, certainly do. And you say that, I have a friend of mine who works at another warehouse facility where she was just given this 25-cent raise. Worked it for about 6 months. Had this 25-cent raise. Now the company comes in, lays everyone off due to COVID to clean the building for that purpose. And they're suggesting they're going to give these employees a raise of 50 cents in the next 2 weeks when they reopen the facility. Now they go back to the friend of mine and they say, well, for the 6 months you've been working with that 25 cents we gave you, we've been paying you a little too much money. So we're going to take that quarter back from you. But we'll reissue that quarter to you when we give everybody the 50 cents. These are the issues and these are the things that our union fights for people, not just in union facilities, but non-union facilities. Because had that been a union facility, that would not be able to happen.
There's an older statistic, David, from a company that I believe everyone is familiar with. And they are not unionized either, by the way. Papa John's Pizza. If Papa John's Pizza was to provide 100% fully company paid health insurance to all of its employees, the average price of a pizza would go up by 7 cents. And when Papa John himself was still running the company, he said, no, we can't afford that. People won't pay it. Is it part of your discussion when you speak to your fellow workers, even if they are already unionized, but especially the ones who are not, or the ones who have been deeply affected, I guess I'd say, by the propaganda that unions are bad for everything. And I know we talked about it a little bit before. I might be asking you kind of the same question, but I think it's a super important point that you're not trying to destroy companies. They're making plenty of money. At some point, what is the difference in your net profits between 50 billion and maybe 48 billion? I mean, is that part of the conversation you have to demythicize the union movement, or you guys are not the boogeymen? You're not out to destroy. You're not communists. You're not out to destroy all private industry. I know we asked that before, but what, is that part of is combating the, I know this is a really long question. I'm trying to think of the best way to frame it because I'm not explaining myself well, and I apologize, but how much of your conversations with other folks in your union work is about knocking down these myths and propaganda and talking points about unions? So let me make it easier and put it that way. How much of that is, somebody approaches you and says, well, you just want to rip the company apart. Well, no, we wouldn't have jobs. Or you're going to take all the profits of the company. Well, no, if somebody starts a company, they have a unique idea, they have every right in the world to profit from it. That's our system. But the workers working on it have a right to organize. How much time do you have to spend demythicizing what you do?
Oh, wow, that's a good question, Jeff. We spend a lot of time actually going through the union busters. There's a lot of union busters across the country, probably across the world. No one likes to look out for the small man. So we do a lot of talking with our members to try to educate them and try to keep them informed, to keep them attending rallies, different rallies, to see what we try to get to with a lot of the lobbying that we do. So these issues that we talk about, people bashing the unions and just putting us out there, hey, you're the ones you want us that we give people more money, we're forced to pay people more money, then we can't give them good health insurance, and which is bogus. We know that you're going to make the profits anyway. At one company, the average company, like I think at this company I'm at, they could probably make about $30,000 a week or probably $30,000 a month. I'm not sure which one goes off recycling the cardboard alone. It would probably take the average in the whole year to make that, but they can recycle our cardboard in a week. So we do spend a lot of time with members, keeping them focused, because that can easily turn on them in their orientations when they first get hired. There's times that we will fight for something. We will fight for their raise. We'll fight for their health insurance. And we would go 3 months of negotiations and do our bargain in 3 months of, hey, 3-year contract, 10 years. The company proposal would be 10 cents the first year, 5 cents the second year, 10 cents the third. But we say no when we go for something higher and we get it. They go back to the members of the company and they say, look what we gave you. So it's up to us to inform them and know we had to fight for that. But it wasn't that easy. So of course the union busters will always tell people that, hey, why would you need to pay the union dues when you could just work and I will take care of you? That's I fell for that before, and that's one of the dead end jobs that would give you no job security. So thanks for asking.
There is a question that I flat out failed to ask you all. When you were all still here, you've been kind enough to stay. I didn't know you were staying, which is awesome. I'm glad that you're here, so we can continue to cover the things that we didn't get to cover. But I want to ask you this, and it's going to sound a bit of a pessimistic question, but I think it's also a little realistic as well. What do you actually, and I'm probably not going to phrase it right, but I think you'll understand what I'm talking about. What do you actually hope to accomplish? What do you think Senator Toomey will take from stacks of petitions being delivered to his offices?
Well, I'm hoping Senator Toomey actually listens to the people. I'm hoping he listens to the working, everyday people. These are people who rise, we the ones that do the shopping in the food markets. We're the ones that have to go to the gas stations. We're the ones that we're the economy. We're the people who support this economy. And with Senator Toomey and the rest of the Republican Party, I should say, anyone voting, I should say, for that matter, they need to just recognize and look at the everyday working home class family. And we'll be hoping we get out of this. It's just some understanding. Do I think he's going to really give it to us or really vote our way? No, probably not. However, if we can get him to listen, we can get someone else to listen to the people, maybe we may be able to accomplish something.
Were you politically active before your union membership, or did the union help make you politically active?
I was always a guy that voted. I became more politically involved with the union. Yes, certainly.
Has it been an education for you?
Oh yes, we've been doing this since the Barack Obama campaigns, Governor Wolf to Mayor Kenney. There was Josh Shapiro. It was a host of all our state representatives, Joe Hohenstein, Brady. So many people that went out and tried to advocate for and campaign. It was an honor.
As you've learned about politics, has it given you a new understanding as to just how important the union and labor movement is? Do you have a much deeper understanding of that than perhaps when you started?
Oh, certainly. I certainly do. And it gets you when you look at 2021, when we see people storming the state capitol, and having unions is one of the reasons why people are storming the capitol. You know, that one right there hit me hard right there, because there's a lot of people, leaders that's out really trying to make these decisions, and a lot of us that's out there trying to advocate for the everyday working people, been in the middle of that. So what we're trying to do now these days, I guess, Jeff, what we need to do is keep the people informed, to keep these politicians on the hills and make them hold up politics accountable for promises that make.
We actually have a caller. So, caller, I'm going to do two things. I'm going to ask you to mute whatever I'm hearing in the background, because I'm hearing myself. It's extremely confusing. And can I have your first name and where you are calling from, please?
This is Kathleen calling from
You
Greenfield
did it,
Township.
Kathleen.
I did it.
Kathleen accepted the challenge and called in. Kathleen, what would you like to either ask, share with David, myself, George? Have at it.
So, I mean, I actually studied grassroots politics in 20th century America when I was in school, and only really discussed unions in a history context. And I can't say that that's actually played out differently for me in my life working for government organizations in the United States, working in China, working for corporations in the United States, or startups. I've never been able to have any sort of representation besides HR, which is basically the union for the company. But honestly, I think that my story isn't that much different from many young people under 40 in this country. And I think that maybe the ship has sailed on going back to just the traditional sort of union leadership and union workplace relations, considering that 70% of millennials would say they would vote for a socialist. More than 1/3 actually approve of communism. We have gone so far in the direction of like rabid cannibalistic capitalism that there are now entire generations that are completely turned off to the idea of that, and that don't trust anyone, even a union representative, to hold their best interests at heart necessarily. And I mean, I remember watching the Jetsons as a kid, which came out in 1962, and the dad would come out and be like, I worked a full 2 hours today. Because back in the 60s, they thought that all of that extra productivity was going to go towards leisure time. Whereas instead now we have more than 40% of Americans working more than 40 hours a week, and work and leisure are getting harder and harder to extricate from themselves because of having cell phones on us all the time, having our work emails available all the time. You know, I mean, whenever I've been in a corporate environment, it's a constant on sort of situation so that you can't really ever switch off. So it's almost been the exact opposite of what the Jetsons and 60s futurists sort of envisioned for our future. You know, and I mean, Keynesian economics obviously hasn't been the direction we've gone in the past 40 to 60 years, despite that having been what we all thought it was going to be doing. What I want to know is, how would you address this idea that maybe young people just aren't going to buy into that idea of their older generation solutions, given that it didn't really seem to work the first time around and was able to become undone again?
Well, does it depend on where you're taking your historical start from? I tend to take my historical start from the Gilded Age, especially since we are in another Gilded Age now. The New Deal worked. Period. It worked. We've had, by the way, if we want to get into terms and labels, we've had a democratic socialist president in this country who was elected 4 times. And Republicans had to change the Constitution to make sure it never happened again. The large, the large parts,
Robert Reich, so.
yeah, I mean, the large parts, you know, Republicans like to point to Europe. Well, we don't want to be Europe, and this is a European idea. Where do you think Europe got all of those ideas after their continent was essentially dust after World War II? It got them from us, their New Deal policies. Even Boris Johnson himself, even Boris Johnson himself said it was going to take Rooseveltian style policies to dig the UK economy out from underneath the pandemic. And he's the conservative, although others would say he's just a flat out nut job, but that's a whole different topic. It's going to, so I think it kind of depends with respect to your question, whether it's unions or the greater economy as a whole. It depends on where you're taking your historical beginning. I would also add that the founders of the Democratic Party themselves, Jefferson and Madison, we say it every week, George probably going to put the bingo card up soon, that they advocated for a progressive tax system because rich people had the money. They wanted an estate tax. They wanted the inheritance tax. It's literally what we fought the revolution for. And in their words, and I quote, to prevent the establishment of a permanent upper class. So it depends on where you want to take your historical beginning from. When we say, yeah, well, look, we're in a second Gilded Age, so obviously the New Deal didn't work. It did work. It's been undone. It's one of the ways that the system is built. Legislation, any legislation, can be undone. But I would say, on a hopeful note, that the legislation that got us into this second Gilded Age, where 100% of all the new wealth created since the year 2000 had gone to the top 1%, the tax policies, all of it that got us into this, can get us out. It did it before. We can do it again. And again, what's your historical start? Are we talking about the Washington administration, where Hamilton, you can Google Hamilton's 11 Principles for an Industrialized Society, informed.
I know my Hamilton.
Yeah, and educate.
He's actually a distant relative of mine way back.
Where he educated Washington that you need to set, if you truly want to industrialize the U.S., we need a series of taxes and tariffs and import taxes to protect domestic industries, and then government money needs to be spent to develop these industries. All of it got taken away when Reagan came to power. We're the only fools on earth that have no tariff system. As nuts as Trump was, or is still, he at least understood that we needed tariffs. He did it in a buckshot way by simply, pointing to a ship container and saying, I'm going to tax that. It's not how you do tariffs, but at least he understood that they were necessary. It's actually quite a failing.
I would argue that tariffs are actually really ineffectual in our current modern supply chain.
When every other nation on earth has them, the average tariff in South Korea is 35%. In China, it's 35%. Japan, I think, is in the 35% range. No, it actually isn't. It will defend and actually reestablish some industry here in this country. Some industries, I think, are gone forever. I think that's just the nature of it. It is how it is. There's a minimal steel industry left in this country. I don't know that tariffs alone would be enough to rebuild the steel industry, because I don't think they could handle the volume that would be necessary. But no, I actually would very respectfully, and I mean that sincerely, very respectfully disagree with you. A complete and thorough tariff and import tax system would rebuild industry in this country and remove us at least somewhat from being, for the lack of a better phrase, nothing other than a financial, home, and a service economy. Why did Republicans destroy industry in this country? That was the unionized group. That was the high paid group. What did we say about the minimum wage for tipped workers? $2.12. Service industry workers are cheaper labor.
Well, also, when you keep people at the very bare minimum of what they can make as far as a wage for their families, it also makes them scared and anxious, which makes them more likely to vote conservative in general.
Correct.
So it's actually a good tactic for them.
Correct. It makes them
somebody
docile.
Who did like supply chain in the past, and I don't think that there's any way with the complexities of our modern supply chain and the complexities of our modern technologies that we can really ever unravel and go back to something that is more protectionist and tariff protected in the ways that you may have been able to do, in the days of old Ironside, the master and commander.
Well, I would not, having worked in warehousing and logistics myself since I was 15, I would not challenge your experiences. I think that would be rude and arrogant. But I would say that, again, I humbly disagree. I think there are some of those areas that you are 1,000% correct. There are so many consumer goods that are sold in this country that not a single unit of them is made in this country. I get it. A set of tariffs on, I don't think there are any consumer electronics made in this country anymore. I don't believe there's a single television set made in this country anymore.
No,
please correct me if I'm wrong. You or anyone in the chat or anyone on Twitter or call the program, whatever, and correct me. So if I was president today in the next 10 seconds, and I could unilaterally slap tariffs on all the Chinese TV makers, there's no domestic industry to be protected. It literally doesn't exist. But I can put tariffs on steel. I could put them on prescription drugs, by the way. I could put them on, heck, something as relatively obscure as pet foods. All of these things, if there's a domestic industry, it can be protected and grown through the tariff system, period. I refuse. Maybe I'm being overly stubborn and, guilty. I simply refuse to believe anything else. Let's think about this. Let me try to not educate. That's a sarcastic term. let me try to inform everyone listening what I'm trying to get at here. And again, Kathleen, mentions Hamilton. I mentioned Hamilton. The story, as I have heard it, and has it been relayed to me, goes back to George Washington's inauguration. And the soon-to-be first president wanted to wear an American suit. He could not find one because it was illegal. People were still doing it, but essentially there was no domestic clothing manufacturing industry. Wool and cotton, especially all the cotton from the South, by British law had to be sent back to Britain for what's a word I'm looking for? Not for manufacturing, but for processing. Right.
Weaving.
For weaving and processing and manufacturing. And then the suit was sent back to the United States to be sold.
Pretty much the same thing they did with most of Asia and Africa and,
throughout
Southeast
the
Asia,
British Empire.
Extracting the raw resources and then
Right.
being able to make money off of the finished goods.
Correct. The East India Company. So Washington goes to Hamilton and says, what can we do about this? Hamilton, taking his cue actually from the East India Company, says, well, we can do this series of things. Tariffs, import taxes, subsidies for domestic industry, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. There's 11 points. You can Google it and look it up. And we had that system in this country from its inception or at least until the Constitution was ratified and we walked away from the Articles of Confederation, we had that system, and it funded the entire federal government, by the way, until the 19 teens when the first income tax was instituted. And it also developed.
Oh yeah, our government was much smaller at the time, though.
Correct, but that's not. I don't think the point is any less cogent. It funded the federal government, and it also developed and allowed domestic industry to grow. And I don't see why that can't be done again.
Wouldn't you, by the same token, be able to say that those mercantilist and protectionist policies by Britain are pretty much what caused the American Revolution? Because one of the biggest criticisms of protectionism and tariffs is that it's one of the leading causes of war, especially when it comes to economic causes of war, especially throughout the 17th and 18th centuries before free trade became more of the standard modus operandi.
I would worry about that if we were the only nation doing it. It happens to be the exact opposite. We are the only nation not doing it. The average tariff import tax in the United States currently is 2%. The average worldwide is 25%. There are nations that are as high as 42%. If we were the only ones doing it, then I think you have an absolutely wonderful point. And in fact, an extremely insightful point, if I may say. But we're not. We're the only ones not doing it. And to tell you the truth, to take it a step further, I happen to think that it would be a very wise decision for the Democratic Party to take up the idea of reestablishing tariffs. Now, it would take, by the way, a tremendous amount of education, because we've been told since the beginning of the Reagan Revolution that tariffs are a bad thing. Well, we were basically told that anything that did not benefit the top 1% was a bad thing, because after all, it was all going to trickle down. Well, it has trickled down, except that you're peeing on me and telling me that it's rain.
My dad always said, if it's trickling down on you, it's because someone's pissing on you.
What it's really doing is trickling up. It's trickling up. In fact, it's not trickling. It's flooding up. It's defying gravity. For all of the self-identified Republicans out there who will tell you or tell me, or you're welcome to try to call me and tell me, I don't want my money going to people below me. It isn't. It's going up. It's going up to the top. You've been robbed. You've been lied to. You've been robbed and exploited and lied to. And to get
Colin said it's called the American dream because you have to be asleep to believe it.
You are not. Kathleen is not. I am not. All of you listening. There's a couple 1%ers that do listen, by the way, because I know you're out there. We are not all temporarily inconvenienced billionaires. And we're not going to be. The United States is dead last in OECD nations in economic mobility. If you are born poor, you will die poor. And if you are born middle class, you have a much better chance of dying poor than you do of even dying middle class, or heaven forbid, moving up.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you're preaching to the choir there in that when baby boomers were, coming into their 30s and 40s, they owned about 22% of the economy. Gen X, when they were coming to reach that age, about 9% of the economy. Now that millennials, my generation, are reaching our 30s and 40s, it's 3.2% of GDP wealth that is actually owned by people who are under the age of 40, because now millennials, we're not just dumb college kids anymore.
No.
The oldest millennials now are 33 to 40 years old.
And the 3 richest people in the country own as much wealth as the bottom 160 million. It's unsustainable. Wealth disparity, wealth inequality in this country is worse than it was before the first Republican Great Depression. Mm-hmm. It's worse now. They had no problem
and I
giving.
think a lot of that has to do with the global financial system that has so many loopholes in it, and we have to really address the Panama Papers and the implications of that before we can really talk about protectionism, I think.
Agreed. And I will claim to you, I'll be the first one to stand in line to claim to you that I don't have a full accounting or understanding of the Panama Papers myself. But yes,
I don't think anyone has a full understanding of the whole thing on their own. It's quite extensive.
You are 100% correct. But let me ask you this as a, I mean, I know that we know each other a tiny bit. We met the same way everybody met in a pandemic world over Zoom. But the terribly personal medium of Zoom. President Biden has proposed a higher corporate tax, although it would still be lower than it ever was, except for now. Only going from 21% to 28%. It was 50%, by the way, up until the Reagan era.
Yep.
But he's also talked about gathering, the I think he wants to do it through the G20, if I'm not mistaken, of a new international corporate tax, so that if a company's hiding money in my beloved Ireland, which they do a lot, they would still be taxed on it. How is that? If you and I are disagreeing, and I think we're ever so slightly disagreeing, but doing it in the way that people should be able to disagree, which is, which is politely.
Not so much disagreeing.
How is that different?
Our own particular worries and seeing how our own arguments can be addressed.
How is that different than tariffs? It's still an international agreement on taxes.
I mean, if there's an international agreement on taxes, then that is a government regulation in the realm more of the Glass-Steagall Act, I would argue, than anything that would be tariff related. Because the biggest issue with tariffs as well is that it ends up impacting the American companies buying from foreign sources and not the foreign sources that they're buying from.
Hell yes, it does.
Because we have deficits with so many countries when it comes to these manufacturing goods, we're going to be the ones who are up shit creek without a paddle for a while, so to speak, if we do implement those policies.
But isn't that exactly the point? Didn't you kind of just make my point?
But at the same time, if you look at the picture that I linked in our little chat down here, if you look at the number of actual protectionist policies that have been enacted by each country, the United States by far has every other country blown out of the water. The closest country, we've doubled the next closest country in protectionist measures taken since 2008. We've made over 800 different protectionist measures towards our economy since the 2008 financial crisis.
I would, I would respectfully submit to you without being able to exactly. I think it would depend on what your definition of protectionist is.
Well, a lot of it also is subsidies as well, because if you institute tariffs, then you have to institute subsidies on things like corn, and that's how we end up with corn syrup and everything.
We're already doing that. What did Trump do? What did the Trump regime do when he destroyed the agricultural relationship between us and China for publicity, essentially? He paid the farmers, which, by the way, is socialism. But that said, he paid the farmers.
Yeah, socialism.
We continue to pay them.
Who own the means of production, and it's rabid capitalism for everyone else.
And we continue to pay them for ethanol that no one wants or needs or uses. If they can't, we pay them subsidies to prop up their prices. I mean, it just depends. But then
not just that. I mean, the meat industry, the corn industry, the majority of American agriculture is completely propped up.
Where union busting began, by the way, the meat packing industry. where intense union busting began in the Reagan era. That was the first industry that they began running ads. They began running ads. The meatpacking industry and the construction industry especially began running full-page ads in Mexico and other Central and South American countries in Spanish, telling people to flood across the border will give you jobs. So
looking for scabs.
But let me try to get back to what our guests were talking about. Since we're surrounded, we drifted off, and that's cool. I don't care. We always drift off. We
circled a bit around.
You're new to the program. Yeah, you're new to the program, but we drift off on these tangents all the time. It's one of the beauties of the program, I think, is that we kind of tend to drift off on these. What is your thought about? What is your thought about? You live in the Commonwealth. The action that the union, that SEIU is taking on the 15th. What are your general thoughts about it?
I mean, I am completely pro-union, and if I would have ever had a chance to join a union, then I would have. But just to give a short anecdote of one of my experiences with working in a Reading-based Pennsylvania corporation, they actually had somebody on staff that was partially their job to make sure that no sort of union activities or any sort of organization could get started, or else they would find a way to fire you for all. And every morning you had to make sure to use your fingerprint to clock in within a 5-minute window, or else you got docked points for attendance. And if you reached a certain number of points, they fired you completely without warning, even if it was something as serious as someone being diagnosed with, cancer, which actually happened to one of the service branch locations that I worked with. Tangentially, I was located in one of the Pennsylvania service center branches, and this is warehousing and tech, mechanical kind of stuff. I don't want to get too specific, but basically working in motive power and warehousing sorts of industries. And basically, I felt like I was already living in total recall, using my fingerprints to scan in. And if I'm 5 minutes off because there was a traffic jam in front of me and I was like a first responder on the scene, then I would actually be penalized by my company. And it got so bad that when I took FMLA, they were calling about my family members, doctor's appointments, and confirming them, which is borderline a violation of HIPAA to be able to do. I mean, this is the level of freedom that I think most young people are familiar with in the workplace, whether it's working in the gig economy or working even in well-established corporate positions. But, you don't get to work at HQ. You're working in the satellite areas where you're basically treated still hourly worker and seriously treated quite strictly when it comes to those kinds of standards. Do not pass go, do not collect $200, and HR can't allow for any sorts of wiggle room on that kind of stuff, and they don't want to in the first place. My issue is, how do you sell this idea to a whole generation that has never seen it working well? Or a whole 2 generations now at this point with the Zoomers.
The Zoomers, that's funny. Let me... Well, first off, are you asking me, or am I being presumptive that you want an answer? Or is it a rhetorical question?
No, I seriously want an answer, because part of what I've been doing as a member of the Young Democrats in Lackawanna County is trying to figure out how to really get through to young people who have been completely disenfranchised and feel like they have absolutely no real recourse. And there's a lot of doom and gloom and a lot of real cynicism, and that leads to inaction. And that's part of what happened in 2016. So in order to avoid that again, we have to engage these people. I mean, millennials took over as the largest voting bloc in the United States in 2019. Zoomers are becoming more and more relevant in politics. Stacey Abrams, mobilized the heck out of them in Georgia and delivered Georgia 2 blue Senate seats. But how do you make the labor relations argument with, people who have never even been guaranteed tea breaks in their jobs.
You will probably not necessarily like my answer because it is a tiny bit dare I say simple, but and I don't do a lot of simple. George will tell you I don't do anything simply.
Hey, simple is the best thing. Politics is the art of the possible, and if you can keep it simple, then it works.
Well, don't let me forget about that because I want to get back to that point. But I believe it comes down to education, and I believe it comes down to conversation. So what does that mean? Let me again try to illustrate what I'm talking about through a story. I said George has the bingo card up. I hope you're playing along at home, kids, because I think you probably have bingo by now. If somebody gets bingo, by the way, please put it in the comments section. I want to know who gets bingo. I'm going to illustrate my point by a story. Yet another story. One of the very first things that Reagan did when he came to office is he appointed Bill Bennett Secretary of Education. Again, very much like Betsy DeVos, someone who did not believe that the federal government even had a role in education, even though that role is specifically mentioned in the Constitution. And Jefferson founded the University of Virginia for free, by the way. Yes.
Yeah.
Relax, everyone. Relax, everybody. It was for white men. I get it. Calm down. It was 1700s.
Ben Franklin
Give me a chance.
spent 200 British pounds to found a university in Pennsylvania.
Right. I know it wasn't open, free, and equal. I get it. But that's not my point. One of the first things that Bill Bennett did was he ended the mandates for and actively encouraged the secession of teaching civics. And why? Because if you don't know how government works, it's very hard to complain about it. It's very hard to challenge the people running it and what they're doing. It also discourages voting. And the ones that continue to vote are much more easily convinced of just about anything. He also ended, by the way, the mandates to teach labor education, as we were speaking about with our guests before. So I believe, in a very long-winded, roundabout way to get to it, that part of the ending of Reaganism, which is absolutely drop-dead vital, the ending of the Reagan era begins with education. When very much in the same vein of younger folks, whether you want to call them millennials or whatever, it doesn't matter to me, but younger folks who think that the Green New Deal is a tremendous brand new idea, something that we've never done in this country before.
The environmental aspect.
All it does is use the existential crisis of global climate catastrophe to reinstitute the policies of the New Deal. It's not brand new. We've done it before. And I think it comes down to education that, Hamilton and his 11 principles, Jefferson and Madison, the progressive tax system, inheritance tax, estate tax, free education, separation of church and state, Teddy Roosevelt.
Yeah, you're starting to quote things that were in the letters and not in the documents.
Teddy, no, what I'm telling you is one of the original, largest and longest arguments inside the Continental Congress was between two words, of and from.
Yeah.
Because Jefferson and Madison wanted freedom from religion. The delegates, especially from Massachusetts, wanted the Puritans from Massachusetts wanted freedom of. So that was my point there. How this country would be different with just a change of one word.
I mean, but most of the founding fathers were deists. They weren't Christians.
Yes, they were. They were deists. Absolutely. Washington was a deist. Jefferson was a deist. The Jeffersonian Bible is something that I recommend be read. I recommend it on this program highly. It is the Bible without the Bible without the miracles. Is something that Republicans could probably use to refresh themselves of what what Christ actually taught. Teddy Roosevelt, the original, but to get back to what I was talking about education, Teddy Roosevelt, the original progressive, breaking up the trusts, taxing rich people, taxing corporations, the creation of the national parks, conserve, the root word of conservative, conserve. Franklin Roosevelt, we talk about all the time. John Kennedy, we go to the moon.
Franklin Roosevelt has a much less problematic early life of being a rough rider out.
I know, and it's the first thing that everyone.
Nice and empty for us.
It's the first thing that everyone points to. I can take a 21st century lens and put it on anyone. John Kennedy, the Peace Corps, lowering the defense budget, keeping us out of foreign entanglements. Lyndon Johnson, the Great Society. Lyndon Johnson, the Great Society, ending, cutting poverty in half, voting rights, civil rights. It's education. I think we end this over education. And I also would submit that the millennial or younger classes have finally figured out, and I think 2017, I think the Trump Republican Paul Ryan, Mitch McConnell tax cut did this to them and for them, that we can hand $2.2 trillion to the top 1% in the largest corporations, but we can't wipe out your student debt. But we can't wipe out your student debt. And I think people get
doesn't want to wipe out our student debt.
I agree. I think it's a mistake. He's talked about
I've actually spent all day writing letters to the editor about this specific topic.
He's talked about doing 10,000. Elizabeth Warren and Bernie Sanders are trying to at least get him up to 50. AOC has talked about
85% of all borrowers.
Yep. Well, 100% of borrowers should be taken out because education was never meant to be a profit center. But that's a whole different topic.
I agree with you.
But what you asked me was, how do we overturn this? How do we change the tide? And again, it's education. It comes from education. Know how your government works. Know the history of the policy of this country. And know, by the way, even though I know that racial politics, and I don't even like the term, it's upsetting, but racial politics
intersectional when you're in a party of a coalition.
Racial politics set aside, it's been the Democratic Party that has stood for the working class going back to its founding, period. No, it's not been perfect on race. Please, for God's sake, set that aside. I'm talking economics for the moment. It's the Democratic Party that's been the party of the working class, except for the 90s. But we're getting back to that. And it's the Democratic Party that's going to save it. Period. End of story. And we're doing it through education. It's like I said to the guests before. I think I have said it to you. I think I said it on our Revolution event. I will say it to you again. And I will continue to say it on this program every week. That's why George has the bingo card up. We're the only ones trying. We're the only functioning political party, major political party. There are smaller ones. We are the only functioning major political party left in this country, period. The other one is a corporation. So I think the answer to your question, it's a corporation. The people in the structure and the elected officials have vowed and do nothing other than push profits to the top 1%. That's what
They're
workers.
More Scientology than they are Enron, I would argue.
That's what workers do for a corporation. The stockholders are the Kochs and the Mercers and the other billionaires that fund it all. The workers in the corporation are the Republican structure, the party officials, the elected officials. It's a corporation. They use these other things. Look at the shiny object.
Oh, yeah.
Look at the shiny object.
If, in case we don't have bingo yet, Citizens United.
I think it's on there. I think it's on the bingo card. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, it is on the bingo card. That's why I brought it up, because that's also a big reason why it became more corporatized.
8:06. Kathleen, what other questions do you have before I hope and pray that someone else calls?
Well,
I want to give them a chance.
To bring up to education is I mean, there's been far less federal and state funding available for education at both the high school and elementary school, let alone like state public colleges and universities. And this has affected, you know, my generation across the country, whether you're talking about UC Berkeley raising its costs or you're talking about, you know, Penn State raising its costs. I mean, since I graduated from college less than 10 years ago, the tuition at my college actually has gone up almost 10 grand, which is absolutely insane. Prices have risen between 200 and 400% in the last 20 years.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of that has to do with a lack of funding on the public side, but also, you know, there's other issues at hand that need to be taken care of. So education is going to be the solution. How are we going to keep our young people from being basically debt slaves to their own educational costs until they are 45 years old?
Well, thanks for the easy one. Thanks for the softball.
Yeah. I was going to say, if you want to think about that one and we could talk about it maybe next week.
Well, first off, let me say a couple of things. Mm-hmm. Coming up in upcoming weeks, I think, let me look at a calendar really quick. Hang on. This is really exciting radio. I think April 25th, I believe we're having several representatives on from PA education voters. So we will be talking about that. But I would offer you this. Well, let me put it this way. There's a couple things. Now my brain's really going now. There's a couple of things about that. One of the reasons that, if you were a resident of California, when Reagan became governor of California, they had free public education all the way through the university level. He ended that.
Mm-hmm.
And the famous quote is, "Why am I paying to educate a bunch of brats that don't agree with me?"
Yeah, well, it's the same reason why Nixon made the drugs illegal, because hippies hated Nixon.
Well, and Nixon and H.R. Haldeman, who was Nixon's chief of staff, is quoted as saying that we couldn't make being black illegal, we couldn't make protesting the war illegal, but we could make drugs illegal. So that said, we're getting off. That said, he took that philosophy then nationwide, because why, as a nation of brats, why are we paying for their education when they disagree with me? And there's always been, you know, the Republican and conservative and corporate
you send your child to college and they're brainwashed.
Oh my good, yes, they become liberals, right? Yes, exactly. They become liberals when they go to college, and the campuses are just filled with liberal professors and so on and so on.
Yeah,
of course,
well, reality has a left-wing bias.
Well, of course, the Koch network will not tell you how much money they spend on universities and paid professors, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It is part of the lack of government supports and funding stripped away at the beginning of the Reagan era and has been continuing for 40 plus years. Why colleges and universities?
Educational television, or it was a fairness doctrine, or anything else?
You were asking about debt. I'm trying to get to debt.
Yeah.
Why colleges and universities how to raise tuition, how to seek out these billion-dollar donors and their trust funds and so on, and why and how the whole for-profit education industry began in the first place. It was a lack of government support. Why did we lack government support? Because rich people don't like paying taxes. It's nothing. I don't think it's anything more complicated than that. And I mean that. That might be a gross oversimplification, but to be honest with you, I don't think the oversimplification is an oversimplification at this point. It's that simple. We're rich. We want to keep our money. We don't want to pay taxes. And our taxes have been going to pay for these things for decades and decades and decades, and we're sick of it. No more. And that's basically it. Inside the Commonwealth, let me give you this example that I think it's somewhere that our party, the Democrats, have gotten wrong. Democratic Party inside Pennsylvania is absolutely giddy with excitement. They are unicorns, rainbows, cupcakes, giddy with excitement about Governor Wolf's budget proposals, about raising taxes, fees, etc., to generate about $3.2 billion in new funding and giving that largely, if not exclusively, into education. They're giddy about it. I think there's some child care provisions in there as well. I would submit this to you, since we were talking about subsidies earlier.
Yeah.
The average amount of subsidies just in the Commonwealth given to the fossil fuel industry equals about $3.2 billion.
Mm-hmm.
Rather than buying into this tax and spend liberal Democrat narrative, take the money from the fossil fuel industries, put that into education, and don't raise anybody's taxes. That's fiscal responsibility. It's good for the environment. Yeah. It's good for education. And you can sell it to rich people because you're not raising anybody's taxes. And you can really sell it to the working classes because the Pennsylvania state constitution is so poorly constructed that taxes are inordinately and disproportionately on the poor.
Yeah.
And it will take
a constitutional tax systems in the country.
Correct. If not the most, at least outside of the Confederacy, although we are the northernmost Confederate state, period. Unless we fix the Constitution, that we can once again return to a true progressive tax system the way, I don't know, the framers wanted, Jefferson and Madison. I would submit to you that instead of Democrats just cheering themselves about what he wants to do, and let's be honest, the what he wants to do is absolutely correct. It's spot on and it's long overdue. The how is what I have a problem with. Take the money from the fossil fuel industry and don't raise anybody's taxes. Make Republicans, especially the real right-wing nuts in the Pennsylvania legislature, make them stand on that floor and say, no, damn it, we're keeping that money for the fossil fuel industry. And the rest of you can stick it. We will fight to raise taxes on lower and middle class people, and the rich get off either way. We're going to fight. We're going to stand, make them go on that floor and fight to keep that free money away from you and me and George and Franz and the 5 guests that we had today, everybody living in the Commonwealth, and hand it free to fossil fuel industries. But no, we'll raise taxes and we'll put the money in education. You're right, we should, but we shouldn't have to raise taxes to do it. Take it from the fossil fuel industry, a dying industry. The largest fracker of which just went out of business. Well, states can't deficit spend. He's got a
level, I mean, with Biden.
Well, the federal can, but there's an easy reason why the federal government can deficit spend, because the federal government controls monetary policy. We have one currency.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that does make it easier.
Right.
And honestly, Biden, through the Higher Education Act, has full ability to just do this. He can wave his wand. I agree. He could wipe out student debt with a stroke of a pen. Bernie has taught us that. Elizabeth Warren has taught us that. Robert Reich has told us that. He could do it with a stroke of a pen. The ripples through the economy would be deep, very, very deep, and very immediately noticed. Home ownership. I'm surprised I don't have that on the bingo card, unless I can't see it, George. I think we might need to change it. Home ownership is one of the great economic drivers in any economy, especially the American economy post-World War II. A homeowner, for every dollar that they spend on their homes, not the mortgage necessarily, but on their homes, new appliances, painters, carpenters, electricians, landscapers, you name it, put in a pool, whatever. It's an investment into a depreciating asset.
It ripples $7 back into the economy. The GI Bill rippled between $7 to $12 back into the economy. The Eisenhower interstate highway system up to $15 for every dollar spent back into the economy. Infrastructure, the government as the employer of last resort, again, from the New Deal, it runs an economy. One of the greatest Republican economic disasters we ever had in this country is when Andrew Jackson paid off the national debt and government stopped spending. the economy collapsed. It was chaos.
Yeah.
So that would be my very long-winded answer to you. How do we do the education? We reinvest in it. We don't put new money in it. We finally put it back to where it was before Reagan. We do the job that government is meant to do. Why do human beings form governments in the first place? Because a government and its structure can do the things that individuals cannot do for themselves to form a more perfect union. We, the people, to provide for the general welfare. That's what it's about. Mm-hmm. This is not radical. Yeah. It's not new. It's not bloody communism. It's history. It's science. It's data. It's facts. We've done it before, and we can do it again. We should do it again. It is not perfect. The Democratic Party is not perfect. I'm not here to tell you we have all the answers. But for God bloody sake, we're the only ones trying.
We're the only ones with any ideas.
Correct. And I would tell you that most people would say to you, and I have done this, I'm not wearing any hats tonight, unfortunately, but in my other hat as political consultant and strategist, I tell campaigns and candidates all the time, it is a very, very difficult to stand in front of a crowd, when we could stand in front of crowds, and say to them, I want to march you back to the past. Candidates can't say that. It's always about the future, the future, the future. But sometimes you have to educate, and you have to make the case that what we have done in this country before, we can do again. It is about political will. And why should we do these things again? Because history shows us they worked, and they can work again. The science, the data, and the facts show us it works, and we can do it again.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, a final fact that I just got here is the Levy Economics Institute in 2018 actually determined that a one-time cancellation of $1.4 billion in student debt would lead to upwards of $22 billion increases in GDP, lower unemployment rates, and even creating new jobs.
I would refer to that is right, but I would also I posted this quite a long time ago. You would have to scan through all of you, everybody listening and watching. You would have to go to that other side of information. You have to scan back a really long way. I probably posted this months ago. It is a study from the London School of Economics, the preeminent economic institution on the planet, with no bias or any invested interest in the United States. He published a study. It is remarkably short, by the way. I believe it is only 47 pages. And for a study like that, that's bloody short. That might as well be a pamphlet on the results, the impacts of this trickle-down economics. Because Thatcher did it in the UK before it happened here. And in short, I published the entire report, but I also copied and pasted the very first page, where it says it has been an absolute abject failure and disaster, period. Mm-hmm. It has enriched an extremely small group while destroying the rest of us. Everyone else
has been leaning on now two income earners, and then maxing out credit cards, and then taking out mortgages, and now nobody has anything left to be able to work with.
And if I can find it again, I will post it again. But I encourage everyone listening and watching, or whoever visits the page throughout the course of a week, read the report. You have been lied to for 40 plus years now, that what you do to the top is good for you. Bull. It's absolute crap. Mm-hmm. It's been an abject failure. And the London School puts it in very short, I think it's 4 paragraphs.
Mm-hmm. A lot shorter than Pinkety does it, which I've read Pinkety as well.
It's been an absolute abject disaster and failure, unless you were already part of the top 1%. We created 3 new billionaires in this country during a pandemic. One of them here in Pennsylvania. That's all you need to know. While the rest of us had to stay home for our own safety and for societal safety, we created 3 new billionaires. Something's wrong. Kathleen?
Yeah, and like I said in chat before, I think Nick Hanauer, the billionaire who kind of like negs other billionaires, does it really well when he talks about it.
He's part of Patriotic Millionaires, I believe. There's a Facebook group for Patriotic Millionaires. People should give it a like and see what they post. It's very effective.
Yeah, I think Nick Hanauer is doing some real good, but you know, it just seems like such an uphill battle considering this is something that started way before I was even born, and I'm in my 30s. I was born in 1989, so I guess that makes me technically the baby of the night.
Yeah, you were born after I graduated
I think
high
the
school.
next youngest was 85. So
you were born after I graduated high school. Like,
I was born in I was born during the H.W. Bush administration.
Yeah.
So you know, my frame of reference is so different. And when I talk to, and my first election was Obama, which was like this really, really empowering and like, yes, we can kind of moment when it's your first election, you're an idealistic 19-year-old. And then I think a lot of my generation saw what happened. It was like, oh God, like, you know, they'll sell you whatever they want you to hear. And then, you know, drone strike the hell out of everyone, including other American citizens and stuff. And that kind of, and then seeing and Clinton come back, Hillary Clinton, who in our childhood wanted to ban our video games for being too violent. I think that sealed the deal on her, honestly, with millennials.
This is why this is an educational issue. It's an educational issue.
But I also think it's necessary to have these like intergenerational discussions so that we can sort of understand where each other's generations are coming from. Because as a coalition party, we've always had to get together like this and hash things out as Democrats. I mean, it's just sort of the nature of the beast when instead of like the Republicans being a solidarity party, we're a coalition party and we all have disparate like experiences and identities and beliefs, but we come together to work together towards the greater good. And, I do appreciate that you've let me speak for as long as I have. And I hope that we can speak in the future on more of these issues, because these are some of the things I really struggle with in my political work and advocacy, and you know, moving forward as a member of like the Democratic Party, one of the youngest ones in the county. So
well, the phone number for the program is the same every single week. It's been the same phone number since the inception of the program. But before you go, I do want to say that you did touch on something very, very important, and this is why I believe that this is an educational issue. Folks who are, I'll be 52 in June. I remember that there was a country before Reagan. But folks who are
72, he tells me the fairy tales all the time. It sounds wonderful.
Well, there was, I swear to God. The United States was not created on January 20th, 1981. I promise you. It's one of the great things about the Gregorian calendar. It's sequential. Because we had an 81, we had an 80, and a 79, and a 1932. And for folks like you, for folks who were infants when Reagan came to power, or maybe even,
I wasn't alive during Reagan.
Well, yeah, but that's the start. That's the real. I mean, Nixon did some stuff, but then again, he also signed the EPA. He opened China, but he also signed
went to China.
Right.
And
so, but my point is, unless you were, you know, maybe from the point that you were maybe 5-ish years old when Reagan came to power, you don't know, remember, or understand a nation before Reagan. And you think all of this crap is normal. Super mega monster wealthy people, no unions. Education costs money. If you can't afford it, you don't get it. Healthcare costs money. If you can't afford it, you don't get it. My town, my county, my state can't pave the roads. People dying in mass shootings. Bridges collapse. I don't like him. He doesn't look like me. We're not a community. We're a nation of individuals. You don't remember any of this. Literally.
This is kind of why Childish Gambino put out that song, "This Is America," because that's been our experience I have the benefit of being a history and political science major. It's one of my majors. So I do know that there was an America before this, but like, I think there's so many people who are just too doom and gloom. Even ones who do know the history don't think we can get back to it because the powers that be are too obstructionist and are too powerful to be able to really push back against at this point.
And it's also why.
At what point do they become the People's Republic of China and we have to go find Taiwan and go live on St. Nevis?
And it's also why the leftover Democratic, high Democratic officials from the 90s, when our party took a 90-degree wrong turn and became the party of finance and insurance companies, et cetera, they need to go. Their time has passed. Even if you want to give the Clinton era the benefit of the doubt and say Reagan destroyed unions, that was our funding source, we had to go get money from somewhere. Yeah, you did, but you also didn't have to kiss their asses. And you didn't have to stand in front of the American people.
What Reagan did.
You didn't have to stand in front of the American people and declare, just as Reagan did, but with different words, that the era of big government is over. That's republicanism. That's Reaganism. And we've had, prior to Mr. Biden, we've had 16 years of Democratic presidents in that 40 years. They did nothing to stop Reaganism.
Mm-hmm.
I would submit to you, Mr. Biden's done more in his, 60 days? What are we at? 60 days?
80.
80 days? He's done more in his 80 days than either Mr. Clinton or President Obama. And I know that's not a popular thing to say, but it's too damn bad. It's history. They didn't.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't do it.
To be fair, Obama was not expecting the filibuster to become such a hot button thing because it had never been used to that extent before.
Yeah, but the rest of us could see it. The rest of us could see it. They didn't want him to be able to get out of bed and tie his shoes in the morning. He doesn't look like us. What is that person doing in the White House? He's not one of us. It shouldn't have taken him that long to figure out what was really going on. But that's a whole different topic. Kathleen, thank you for being thank you for being part of the program tonight. I hope this is not the only time that we hear from you. I hope you'll be a loyal listener and viewer every single week. I just booked your every Sunday night now, at least till Memorial Day. I booked your every Sunday. And also, I did send you a friend request name message via Facebook. Give that a look.
Okay, will do.
But thank you for being part of the program.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
You got it.
It's been a pleasure.
Bye now.
Bye.
That reopens the phone line, folks, for any of the rest of you who are feeling saucy. It is 267-227-9189, 267-227-9189. The phone line is open. It is 8:30. We will attempt to take you to 9 o'clock. 267-227-9189, 267-227-9189. If you are watching anywhere on Facebook, the number is directly in front of you, 267-227-9189. That was I mean, we need to have those kind of conversations, and it's hard. Well, I shouldn't say it's hard. It's actually easy, really, if you're someone in Kathleen's position, or dare I say, I know it sounds like a get off my lawn kind of thing, of her age, to say that there's no, how do we get out of this? We're so deep down how do we get out of this? We get out of it because we've done it before. We get out of it because we've done it before. Yes, pandemic, especially recently, is very, very largely to blame. I get it. This is the second we are in. If you are not part of the top 1%, if you are not part of the top 1%, and guess what that means? That's the 99% of us. We are in the second Republican Great Depression. I could argue the third after Andrew Jackson. with the second being in 1929. Let's call it what it is. It is a Republican Great Depression. You cannot put all of the money in the hands of a couple hundred people and expect the rest of the nation to continue as it was. It is fundamentally unfair. It is un-American. It is unsustainable. And if you are a person of Kathleen's age, again, as we mentioned, if you were even maybe 5 years old already when Reagan came to power, this is all you've ever known. And that's why it's so hard to overcome. But it was done before. We've done it. Remember, there was a whole generation from the late 1800s into the second Republican Great Depression, the crash of 1929, that never knew a country. They didn't know the New Deal. It was all brand new to them too. The New Deal is not brand new to us. We can DuckDuckGo it. We can Google it. We can go, if we're old-fashioned, we can go to a library and read about it. Those horrible socialist libraries. We can go to them and read about it. We know what the policies are. We can look them up. It's one of the great things about the internet. The entire sum of recorded human history at your fingertips. Look up the Works Progress Administration. Look up the Tennessee Valley Authority, which still exists. Arguably, FDR was the first environmentalist. He saved the midsection of the country from the Dust Bowl. We can do these things because we know how. For God's sakes, we're supposed to be the country of can, not the country of cannot. We choose to go to the moon and do the other things, not because they are easy, but because they are hard. We have to do the hard things. And one of the hard things is convincing people who have been bludgeoned and lied to for the last 40 plus years that as long as Jeff Bezos has $200 billion, that's good for you. How on earth is it good for you? The man is worth more than 2/3 of the nations on earth. The gross domestic products of 2/3 of the countries on earth. How is that sustainable? How is it fair? And those of you who tune in every week will know that I continue to say, a man like Bezos, a man like Steve Jobs, a man like Elon Musk, they deserve their wealth. They created things we did not know we needed. But what they do not get to do is buy off the system to put their heels on the backs of the rest of us. That's the un-American part. The fact that they created something and became fabulously wealthy might just be the damn most American thing ever. But they don't get to buy government and keep it from the rest of us. That's the un-American part. When Steve Jobs introduced the first iPhone, the world flipped on its head. We'd never seen something so advanced. He deserved his riches. But he didn't get to take those riches and buy off elected officials to make sure that he was rich in perpetuity, so that he never had to work again, so that he didn't have to pay taxes and contribute the way Jefferson and Madison had intended. That's the un-American part. The fact that they're wealthy is absolutely American. It's almost uniquely American. But what has sadly become American is when they take that money and buy government to keep themselves in that position. Sadly, that's become the American story. But it didn't used to be. And it doesn't have to be. It can be changed because we've done it before. The top marginal tax rate, when Reagan came to power was 74%. Even during Nixon, it was 74%. In today's dollars, for every dollar that you earned over 4 million, you paid 74%. We can do that again. We used to have a stock transaction tax in this country. Even when stocks were still all traded on paper, we used to have a stock transaction tax. Every transaction, sale, purchase, exchange, anything that had to do with stocks was taxed. Senator Sanders has introduced to reinstate that tax, especially since so many stock transactions are done electronically, and they're done automatically to prevent a crash. I believe, I'm working from memory, folks, it was going to be 0.01%. It would have generated trillions of, or would generate, I shouldn't say would have, like the idea is dead. It's not a dead idea. It would generate trillions of dollars. Trillions of dollars. It's not a new idea. We've done it before. And do you honestly think that the hedge fund managers on Wall Street can't afford it? Of course they can. We've done this before. We've done it before. What could we, Senator Sanders has shown us, by the way, if we fully funded the IRS, the IRS by its own admission no longer audits rich people. They can't afford it. They don't have the manpower. And rich people have the power to take them to court and drag the cases out for months and months. The IRS can't afford that because it has been stripped of its workforce. If we fully funded the IRS, Senator Sanders has told us it could mean as much as $300 billion additional dollars to the national treasury each year. What's a radical idea about that? The answer is it's not a radical idea. And it's not an expansion of the IRS. It is a restoration of the IRS. How could we protect the economy and the bottom 99% if we just reinstituted the definitional boundaries between banking? One bank can no longer be an insurance company and a bank and a stock trading company and. You have a checking and savings bank, you have an investment house, you have an insurance company, reinstitute Glass-Steagall. If one bank goes down, the rest of the financial sector is not affected. Why is that a radical new idea? The answer is it isn't a radical new idea. We've done it before. We've done it before. There was no student debt problem in this country before Reagan. None. Elizabeth Warren, during her presidential campaign, told every crowd she paid I'm working from memory. She paid $15 a semester at a community college. That was it. It might have been as much as $45. That was it. That was it. How do you buy a house? How do you buy a house or a condo or a townhouse, whatever your choice might be, or farm? Hell, a farm. When you pay thousands of dollars a month in student loan payments, loans that people will pay on for decades while the balance increases. We have shut off an entire sector of the economy. And I think Mr. Biden deserves a lot of credit. For me, still, he has not gone far enough. It's what I asked our guests earlier. Why a $15 minimum wage? Why isn't it 25 or 35? Well, we need to establish a new floor somewhere. I'll grant them. And I'm for it. Believe me, I'm for it. Why is Social Security not shrunk, not privatized, but expanded? Lift the cap on rich people. Why do they only pay Social Security tax on the first $137,000 that they make? I pay Social Security tax on 100% of what I make because I don't make $137,000. Why do they not pay on 100% of what they make? Why is the capital gains tax rate only 15%? So if I pay myself entirely in stock, I only have to pay 15% instead of the 35% I should be paying. These are not radical ideas. We've done them before. We are closer to a medieval European type economy, the landed gentry and the serfs, than we are to the New Deal economy. And it only took 40 years to do it. But that doesn't mean that we can't fix it and that we can't go back and do it again, because we did, we know it works, and we know we can. We simply need the political will to do it. And there's not a single damn Republican in the country who's going to go with it, so they have to be gone through or around, because they're not going to walk with us. And the higher-ups in the Democratic Party who are still fighting it because they took all that corporate money in the 90s, go home. Retire. You all got rich. Great. Now get out of the way. We'd like the country back. Thank you for your service. And keep in mind, that's my party. But we're done now. Go home. You shepherded us through a time where we were just on the verge of being crushed and eliminated. Now it's done. You did your bit for king and country. Go retire. We'll take it from here. I did breathe during all that, by the way, just in case you were curious. 8:46 Eastern time. We're going to take you to the top of the hour. George, let's wrap this puppy up. What are the, I had asked you, we had discussed in a pre-production meeting that you were going to highlight some articles on the homepage for me to comment on, or for us to comment on. You have a voice. Let's see if we can hit a couple of those before we say goodnight at 9 o'clock. What do you have, sir?
Well, I posted it, you posted it, the NASA preparing to attempt first controlled flight on another world.
Right. We were kind of chatting about
Ingenuity.
that just when everybody showed up. So maybe
Yeah.
we should revisit that. Look, it's a remarkable technological achievement. Let's just be honest. Somebody's piloting a droned helicopter from, wait, how far is Mars from here? Is it 8 million miles or 22 million miles? How far is the Earth from Mars?
I thought it was 30 million.
Goodness, do I have to Google that now?
I'll do it.
George. I'm doing it. How far? This is exciting radio. Is Mars? There it is. Thank you. How far is Mars from?
173.64 million miles.
So from 174 miles away, someone is going to be remotely piloting a helicopter drone.
Well,
it's absolutely remarkable.
Well, since signals travel from Mars, is it 30 minutes? 27 to 30 minutes.
Right, it's something.
So there's like a 30-minute lag.
Right. I thought it was 22 minutes, but that's but regardless.
Then the let's see, the robot would have to have some sort of protocol, some sort of program where it would have to
recognize danger before the video ever got back.
Right.
Exactly. Which, dare I say, because I don't know, I guess I'm kind of half asking you, artificial intelligence?
It would have to have some sort of autonomy.
Right.
So it would have to have some sort of a program, a set of protocols, which and basically it's like a recon, copter, or it's like a recon drone to actually pave the way for Perseverance.
Keep the rover out of trouble for all intents.
Right.
Right.
A lot of the other drones that were sent there, they have gotten stuck in certain areas of the planet, and then their batteries, which last anywhere from 25 to 30 years, they just basically just sat there and just took pictures in the same spot.
Well, let's remember, in fairness, the twin rovers, Curiosity and Opportunity, were, I think I have those names right, were scheduled to operate, I believe, for 2 years. And they ended up operating for over a decade. One of them, I believe, is completely shut down and dead. The other, and forgive me, I don't know which is which, had originally shut down, and they thought that one was dead too, and only a few months ago they received a signal from it.
Right.
It woke itself up. Right. I mean, these are extraordinary pieces of technology. And it goes back to what we were speaking about before. This is the nation of can. Why aren't we not the nation of can anymore? This is an example of can. Go to the moon and do the other things. This is what we can do. And perhaps we're going to have a I would love to get somebody on from NASA or Mike Massimino or somebody, one of these days, maybe we will, because I think it's an interesting topic. I'm in a minority, I believe. I don't believe in the capitalization of space. It's not SpaceX that should be taking us to Mars. That's NASA's job. So I'm not a big fan of any of that, but perhaps that's a discussion for another day. They are driving the technology forward. So from a purely capitalist point of view, that's working. I can't dispute that. We ended the shuttle program. We've never replaced it. But then the complete monetization of space, I think, is a huge societal step backward. It's not what we should be doing. It's not exploration.
I think the other one that I had posted was the Artemis program. So Artemis is actually to go back to the moon,
right,
and to establish a base there.
Which, by the way, here's a policy disagreement that I probably also have with a lot of folks. The International Space Station, I would have skipped it. It never should have been built. It's been useful. It's created some scientific discoveries. I would have skipped that step and immediately gone to a permanent moon base. I'm not sure what the hell we built the ISS for in the first place. I think it's been a boondoggle for the most part. And I'm a very large minority. Can you be a large minority? I'm a very that was antithetical. I know I am in a minority there. I know I am. I know that I am. But I believe that we could have skipped that step. We had Skylab for how long? Until it finally came back to Earth. I think in the early 80s, or was it 79? But we had Skylab for how long? We went to the moon how many times? We should have skipped the orbiting base and gone straight to the moon for my money. I think we'd be 50 years further in space travel if we would have just established a permanent moon base. But that's my opinion. I'm glad we're going back. We should be going back. But let's also admit that part of the reason we're going back is because we're being spurred by the competition from these other nations. The Chinese are going. The Indians are going. The Bahrainis launched a probe to Mars. We're being pushed by these other nations. And maybe that's a good thing. Then again, maybe this should be the one thing that finally is something that we can rally around. And maybe we should be doing it as a global effort, but we can't seem to do anything as a global effort right now. We can't even cure the environment. What else did you have? We got about 7 minutes left.
We had the
that you wanted that you especially wanted to hit on.
Was the article Nikolai Glushkov, Putin critic strangled in London home by third party, from BBC News.
I did put that. Yes, let me find that one. This is an older story, folks, if you haven't seen it. His death actually took place in March of 2018. So we're literally about 3 years ago. But a recent autopsy, I guess he was dug up. I got to be blunt. I didn't read the entire article. But a recent re-examination determined that he was murdered, essentially. The British are being very coy in their the language that they're using. But when you say the West London Coroner's Court heard there was evidence, I'm reading. Okay, I'm having trouble reading this. I think it's my eyes. There was evidence to suggest his death was made to look like a suicide and that there had been, quote unquote, third party involvement. What that means is someone murdered him. And why? Because he was a critic of Vladimir Putin. Maybe that's why Trump kissed his ass so much, because he didn't want to get murdered. Let's just be blunt. 8:55 with 5 minutes left in the program. Let me tell you what's coming up soon. In the coming weeks, we will have representatives from moveon.org to talk about their Thrive agenda. I do not know exactly when that is going to be. I'd like it to be next week, but I don't know if that's going to happen. I believe on the 25th, I believe this is scheduled now, that we will have guests on from Pennsylvania education voters speaking about charter schools, equalization of funding for special needs students, and funding education generally in the Commonwealth. And I want to caution, I guess caution's the right word. I want to caution our great and valued listeners across the country and around the world. I guess it's kind of just habit that we at the program do tend to focus on the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. That's where we live. So I think it's just almost a little bit natural. But I absolutely assure you that the issues that we talk about here are happening in your neighborhood, and how Pennsylvania is either handling them or not handling them affects you as well. If you are in Michigan, Iowa, Mississippi, California, Washington State, and dare I even say Australia, New Zealand, Central South America, Canada, these issues affect you. Not because of what Pennsylvania either does or does not do about them, but because you probably have the same issues in your neck of the woods. You have education funding questions and problems. You have problems with subsidies for corporations while your own municipality can't fund itself. These things are happening across the country and in many, sadly, some nations on earth. So it might be a little Pennsylvania centric, but I assure you, and it is our goal, of course, to make sure that you learn, that you take something away from it every single program that you can use in your neck of the woods. So that is what's coming up in the next few weeks. If you missed any of the program tonight, first off, if you want to call, it's 267-227-9189. In the last couple of minutes, we can squeeze you in. Call Congress. Call the Capitol. Speak to your representatives and tell them what is important to you. The Capitol switchboard number is 202-224-3121. Call your representatives. Call your member of the House of Representatives. Call your senators, whether they are of your party or not. Tell them what's important to you. Be engaged. Be active. If they're supporting something that you support, then tell them, we agree with you. We got your back here. If they're not, then tell them that too. Be nice. Be respectful. Be concise. Oh, that's a long one. I can't read all that. Ouch. I just got, oh, by the way, this is probably going to have to wait till next week because it's already 8:59 and I wanted to wrap up at 9. Going back several episodes, our guest was Antoinette Hodge. She is the elected treasurer of the city of Uniontown, Pennsylvania, and has been has not been allowed to fulfill the duties of that office, and by all indication, because of the color of her skin. I do have a press statement about an event that will be held on behalf of Antoinette. It's a really long statement, and I cannot read it before the end of the program, but I will. If I am allowed, I will post it on the Facebook page, and I will read it to you next week. But this story continues. Do not forget about it. We will keep you up to date on it. If you need, well, of course you need to, because I think everything I do, you need to see. If you want to see the program where we interviewed Antoinette, it is at our YouTube channel, youtube.com/thatothersideofinformation, and look for the episode with Antoinette, and you'll be completely caught up on this story. Antoinette needs your support, and pressure needs to be put on the government in Uniontown and Fayette County and the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania to make sure that this qualified woman who won an election fair and square is actually allowed to do her job. So we'll keep you up to date on that. I will read this very long statement for you at a different time about an event coming up for Antoinette. So for all of our guests, let me read them. First off, George, you have anything else you want to throw in before we sign off?
No, I do not. But sorry.
You've been taking me all night. I thought I lost you again.
No.
This 4 hours wasn't enough. Look at my fancy old man glasses. For all of our guests, David Lee, Kelli Trent, Alejandro Matos, Jocelyn Lunney, and Ben Bennett. For the team here at the Kennedy Effect, I'm going to break my glasses live on camera. For our team here at the Kennedy Effect, creator of the program, executive producer, and my dear, dear friend and sister from a different mister, April Riddick. For DJ Lex and DJ Earl and our family, our entire family at hot101.net. For associate technical producer, Lynn Dare, and for George Dare, our technical producer, and for me, Jeff Kennedy, this is us saying good night for now. I beg you a safe, peaceful, happy week. Talk to your neighbors. Don't scream and yell, but talk to them. Do something nice for someone. Let's have conversations again in this country, not arguments. And take care of yourself. Just take care of yourself. Be good to yourself and take care of someone else. Do a little something nice just for someone else and try to do it every day. Take somebody's garbages out to the curb, help them mow the grass, whatever, little things. Check on them when you're going to the grocery store, these little things. Let's rebuild our community. Oh, and for my caller, Kathleen, I don't want to be rude because I love callers. I wish I had like double-digit numbers of callers every single show. I encourage you to, if you find Kathleen on Facebook, she's alive. She called. It was a good experience. She's alive. The rest of you should not be afraid to call me. So that's a good thing. But listen, take care of yourselves. Take care of each other. And for goodness sake, if you have any opportunity whatsoever to get the vaccine, get it. Get it. Get your COVID vaccine. So for all of us here at the Kennedy Effect, thank you so much for being here. We appreciate it very much. Take care of yourselves and each other. And we will see you again right here, 5 p.m. Eastern, next Sunday night, April 18th. Thanks for being here. Take care, everyone. Oop.